First of all, can you hear me? I can see a few people watching live. Can you hear me? Let me know my mic is working okay, because I've just switched screens and I'm just praying that it's working. I'm going to have to check from my phone now as well. If you're watching live, please just pop me a link, a comment in the chat just to say I can hear you. Let me just refresh my own screen and just check myself. Let's see. There's a bit of a delay here before I start actually talking. Live. Okay, yes, I can see I'm live. Do you like my glasses? They're pretty ridiculous, aren't they, really? Oh, my goodness. Oh, what a day. What a day. I've been up for 2 hours and already... thank you, Sharon. That's amazing. Already my phone's just been going absolutely nuts with messages from people saying happy birthday and congratulations on my book, and it all feels a little bit overwhelming. Good morning, Jayanne. How are you, my love? How are you? I've cried 3 times already today. Once on the podcast, which, if you haven't had a chance to catch up with all the things that we've been doing on the podcast this week, I'll take these off for a second. We've been streaming like these little mini, I can't even get my words out, mini podcast episodes this week, like 10-minute snippets of the book. And the one for today, I cried. There's going to be lots of tears today. Oh, thank you, Jayanne. Hey, Zena, how are you, my love? Oh, thank you. The glasses are very extreme, aren't they? But very cool. It's got to be down your 40th, hasn't it? So I wanted to actually start the stream today. I'm going to be here pretty much all day. We've got some amazing guests coming in throughout the whole of the day. Oh, hey, Anna, thank you so much. I just listened to your message. Thank you so much. And yeah, bite sizes. Yeah. And actually, the bite sizes have been really fun to record as well. So what we're going to do next year is we're going to have 2 episodes a week next year. So rather than just having a bumper episode on the Monday, we're going to have one on a Wednesday, Wealth Wednesday, and it's going to be like a 10-15 minute one. So I also enjoy listening to shorter episodes myself too. So we're going to continue that into next year. And I've already recorded actually all of January's ones. So we're way ahead. Thank you, Tasneem. Thank you so much. How are you? Glasses are cool, aren't they? So I'm going to put the glass back on just for a second. I want to actually read a poem out to you to start the day. And I'm probably going to cry again. And it's actually written by my 10-year-old. This is the little poem here. And he's been talking about writing this for weeks. And I need tissues. I need tissues. So I'm going to read it to you. But I'm just so proud of him. Come on, we're going to get through this. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Victoria. Oh, hey, Kay. How are you, my love? Some of these names and faces coming through this morning, I know some of you guys were the early readers of this book and have sent in some incredible testimonials, which some of them we've actually put on our book page today, which is at themoneypanel.co.uk. No, it's not. What am I talking about? It's not about themoney.co.uk. And in fact, I'm just going to put the little link there for you. And some of the early testimonials that we've received for the book have just been so amazing. So thank you for all of you that did take the time to read the book. It's no sort of small feat of a book either. Like, it's 274 pages long. It's a decent sized book. It's taken me a number of years to write this. And thank you so much for all of you who gave us some early testimonials. And throughout the course of today, I'm going to be reading out some little snippets. I'm going to be sharing with you some of the key parts of the book. But I wanted to start off by reading this little poem that my 10-year-old has written. And I'm going to try not to cry as I read it. So, it's not about the money. It's about wealth, about the food, about the shelter. You're so amazing. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. I love your contribution to the world to keep us alive. It's not about the money, it's about each other, helping Earth survive and keeping us with you. Can't believe you're 40 years old, 4 decades old. Thanks, George. Have the best day. I love you so much. Morgans. And then he's done this little love from George at the bottom here. And then these little 10, 20, 30, 40 balloons. I just thought that was so beautiful, where, I mean, I literally had no idea what he was writing, but the fact that he's put, it's not about the money, it's about wealth. And it really is. It really is about our well-being. Our wealth in itself isn't just about money. It's not about how much money we have. But yet so often we give away so much of our power to money, how much we have or don't have around money. And so I just thought, goodness, like he's not even read the book, and he's still able to articulate that it's not about the money, it's about wealth and fulfillment and purpose. And why is it that we actually want more money in the first place? Why is it important to us? And so, yeah, that just really touched me this morning. I thought that was so beautiful. Yeah, thank you, Victoria. So, so beautiful. So that's how I just wanted to share that with you. I just thought it was amazing. So let me tell you a little bit about the lineup that we've got today for all of you. So I appreciate that you guys are not going to be sitting here all day watching this. But let me just tell you, thank you, Jen. Thank you so much. How are you? Let me just tell you what we've got going on today. And I'm going to flag up a little schedule on the screen here so you can see. Let me show you. So I'm going to just go into a little bit of detail now about how what essentially is in the book helped me to go from being £30,000 in debt in my 20s as a financial advisor. So you can imagine the guilt and shame attached to knowing everything there was to know about money, but not following it myself, and the reasons why that happened for me and how I got out of debt. We're then going to invite the incredible Leona Burton to the stage, and she's going to be specifically talking about how mums can make money online. Now, Leona is the incredible founder of an organization that supports women and mums in networking and really stepping into how they can confidently network to build their businesses. She's a global international entrepreneur. I remember Leona Burton from being on TV many, many years ago. She was on Gok1's Style TV program. And then I met her online. I went to see her over in Spain a few years ago. So she's an incredible entrepreneur. And she's one of these women as well that really shows people that in order to get wealthy, and I'm talking here about the financial wealth, that you don't have to be charging excessive amounts of money. Like, she runs her business with low cost programs. And I think it's a really refreshing way of showing people how they can make money. Then I'm going to be back talking about which of the common money beliefs it's time for you to hand back to step into wealth for yourself. Then I'm going to be talking about the 4 levels of wealth creation over lunch. And then in this afternoon, I'm going to be talking about 4 of the most common money disorders: overspending, oversaving, undercharging, and overworking, and how we can start to tackle some of those money disorders. And then I've got one of my very good friends, Caroline Strawson, who is a trauma expert, and she's going to be coming in talking about how trauma impacts our relationship with money. The book has been written with a trauma-informed lens, so that's going to be a really, really interesting and quite deep conversation this afternoon. And then again, I've got another very good friend of mine, Anna Parker Naples, who is going to be talking about how we actually created my audiobook for this book. The whole journey, the whole experience, the power of voice, the power of getting visible, and not just with your face, but through your voice. So, and that's going to wrap up this evening before I then have some dinner with my family. So let's just bring the screen back on. And in fact, I'm going to I'm just going to see. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. So that's the lineup for today. So if there's any of those particular sessions that you think, oh, I really want to hear about that, then just pop that on your clock to come and rejoin us on StreamYard today. And I would really super appreciate as much support as possible today to get our book into the Amazon bestseller list. Now, this always works on algorithms, and we really want as many people buying the Kindle version, which is just 99 pence, as possible today only. And we've put together some really special bonuses for all of you as well. Of course, you can also buy the physical copy if you like to have, the physical book in your hands. But we've put together some really fantastic bonuses for all of you. And we have put some bonuses together as well, based on if you buy 25 copies, 50 copies, or 100 copies. And lost my mic there for a second. So you might be thinking, well, what would I do with that number of books? Now, in terms of multiple book purchases, Christmas is just the best time of the year to think about maybe gifting it to family. Maybe you've got teenage daughters. I know lots of people have already messaged me saying they've bought copies for their children. Also had someone message me saying they just bought a box full for their local school, which I think is amazing. Because if I'd learned the stuff that's in here when I was in my teenage years, I would not have got into the mess that I then got into in my 20s. And I want to talk a little bit about that this morning, because a lot of people always ask me about, how did you get out of debt? How did you manage to get rid of the guilt, the shame, the judgment, the fears around wanting to have money, but then when I received it, I didn't want it, and I wanted to just give it away as quickly as possible. So I kind of just want to talk you through the three main steps, just three main steps that I took. And it took me around 18 months to a year to get out of all of that debt. But not just the practical getting out of debt, but the actual emotional journey that went along with it. And I would say the emotional journey was definitely the most significant one. And so I really wanted to share that with you today. So let me just take you back to the situation that I was in. So when I was in my teenage years, actually, I was born in 1981. And when I got into my teenage years, it was just when we had all of these catalogs coming out, the home catalogs. Do you remember, like the Look Again? And I can't even remember the names of the other ones. Look Again was my favorite one. Freeman's. Who remembers the Freeman's magazines? And I would these catalogs would arrive in the post, and I would just flick through the catalog. I'd sit on my bed, flick through the catalog, feel really crap about myself, and just order all of these clothes. And that was my first experience of getting out of debt, because I very quickly spent like £500. That was the maximum on my credit limit. But then what happened is I turned 18, and I then started going into the shops, and I would get all the store cards. So like the Topshop, Dorothy Perkins, Debenhams, all those kind of cards. And so then I racked up more and more debt. And the challenge for me specifically was, because I felt so terrible about my relationship with my body, is that I then used money as a way to make me feel better about myself. And of course, it was never long-term lived. It was just that instant adrenaline dopamine hit that I was seeking. And so I would feel better temporarily, then I'd feel crap again. Then I'd buy more clothes thinking I want that dopamine hit again. So whether this is clothes, or whether this is food, or whether this is alcohol or online shopping, or, it's all based around addiction, which is why it's so important to look at money through a trauma-informed lens. We have to look at money through the emotional lens, not just the practical lens. And this is why this book is so different, because this is not just the practical stuff. There's heaps of practical things in this book, but there's also heaps of mindset work and trauma work, because I am a massive believer in, we can know everything there is to know about money, about budgeting, but still not manage our money in the way that we want to. And then because we don't manage it in the way that we want to, we then layer all of these emotional triggers like guilt and shame on top of that. And that stops us from taking the practical steps. And that's why a lot of people struggle, I think, with, well, think I know what I should be doing, but I'm not doing it. Why am I not doing it? And this is why, is because we need to look at money from a trauma-informed perspective. So what happens? Hey, Hetty, lovely to see you. Thank you for your birthday message. And let me just say hello to a couple of people. Hey, April, lovely to see you. Oh, yeah, great gift for besties. Yeah, and as Cindy said, young adult daughters, 100%. Thank you so much, Cindy. Yes, so the audiobook, by the way, guys, it will be out on Audible next year. I don't know when yet, probably February time. But if you copy the audio book, if you buy 5 copies, we send you the audio version. So it's not officially out on Audible yet, but we'll send you all the files for you to go and listen to. So if you do like audio, that's the way to get it. And if you buy 5 copies of the book as well, you also get a free ticket to our 3-day event in January called The Best Financial Year Yet. And in that 3-day workshop, I'm going to be sharing with you literally every single step you need to make next year your best financial year yet. So you get a free ticket for that event. And that's worth £97. Thank you, Hetty. Thank you, my love. So in terms of, I was a teenager, I was racking up debts on catalogue cards, store cards. And then what happened for me is I then started working at the bank. So I was learning about current accounts, overdrafts, loans, credit cards, savings accounts, investing. And then I qualified to be a financial advisor when I was 20, 21. Trying to think now. So it would have been just after September the 11th, because I remember studying for my financial advisor exams at my sister's house while she was in America. And I remember having the news on, which I never do. And then I remember seeing the Twin Towers. And that was my final exam. I think I'd qualified to be a mortgage advisor. That's right. I'd qualified to be a mortgage advisor just before. And then I qualified to be a financial advisor a few years later. And I just remember watching it on my TV screen. It was horrific. And I was still in so much debt. I literally lived in my overdraft every single month. And this is the interesting thing about money, is that we all have our own financial comfort zones. So my financial comfort zone, although it sounds weird to say it, was my overdraft. Like being in my overdraft was my safety zone. It was my comfort zone. And what happens is that your brain will always try and keep you in something that's familiar because it wants you to feel safe. It wants that feeling of safety. And therefore, even though being in an overdraft doesn't logically make any sense, it was so familiar to me that when I received money that tipped me into a positive amount, I would just get rid of it as quickly as possible. I would find a new dress to buy. Suddenly my car would need replacing or repairing. My washing machine would break down. Like something would always happen and money would come out as quickly as it came in. And I know a lot of you will resonate with this, may not want to kind of say that, you know, particularly in your comments, but a lot of people always message me when I talk about this, saying how this has happened to them too, or this is happening right now. Oh, hey, Hiran. Thank you so much. Hiran, I'm missing your gifts. Please send me a gift today on WhatsApp. Hiran's one of our graduates from our financial coach certification program, and we call him the gift man because in our WhatsApp group, he just shares all the gifts. It's brilliant. So looking forward to getting your gift later, Hiran. So just qualified for my exams, knew all the practical stuff around money, but still wasn't doing what I wanted to do and needed to do. And the first step for me of getting out of debt was actually when I was just about to go on holiday to Australia to go and visit my brother and my dad, who, I don't know whether these guys are watching this today, but just sending my brother the biggest happy birthday. It will be their evening now in Australia. And I've already cried on the podcast talking about how it's the first special birthday that I've had and I've not been able to celebrate it with him. So I've cried twice already. Oh my goodness. Now my husband just walked in the room. He's like, So, yeah. So I was about to go to Australia to, thank you, Paul, to see my brother. And I sat there thinking, my bank's going to charge me so much money to use my card abroad. So I started Googling like bank or cards that had no foreign transaction fees. And I came across this bank called Starling Bank. I was like, I've never heard of Starling Bank. Did all the typical checks, it's FCA registered, and thought, oh, this looks pretty cool. So thanks, Paul. So I think I'm going to need to lie down tonight. I've got a meal out with my family tonight. I think I'm going to have to just lie down with the amount of tears. Anyway, so I applied for this Starling Bank account and I got my little card through and I used it when I was in Australia. But when I started using it, I saw all the really cool facilities and features that they were offering, where they were offering like these options to be able to put money in pots. And all of a sudden, I set up all my pots and I put these pictures behind them. And because I'm very visual, I just found it was so empowering to start putting money into savings that actually had a purpose. And it was literally like this light bulb moment. And all of a sudden, I got really motivated and really excited to save money rather than being in the familiar pattern of being in debt. And so I just literally started filling my pots and I found I was so motivated. I was making more money and saving more money. And over a period of time, and I would probably say like 2 or 3 months, it didn't take that long. Over 2 or 3 months, I then managed to fill up an entire pot to pay off one of my credit cards. And it was, I still remember that day of ringing my credit card company and saying, can I close my account down? And they were like, are you sure? And I was like, yes, I'm paying my balance off and I'm closing this account. And they were like, but you might want to keep it open for future. And I was like, no, I don't want to keep it open. I'm closing it. Now I know. Just lost my mic again. Sorry about that. And I know there's lots of information out there that, well, you should keep old credit cards open because it improves your credit rating. But I just didn't care. I was like, no, I'm closing it. I've paid off that credit card, number one, done. So I closed the account, I paid it off and I celebrated. And then I went for the next one. And then I went for the next one. And then I went for the next one. And all of a sudden, within 18 months, all of our credit cards were paid off. And all of my habits around money just started to change. But what also started to change is my relationship with myself. And I think this is the biggest thing, is that, yes, there's a practical step to getting out of debt. Yes, there's some practicality of giving every pound a purpose, which is one of the number one rules in my book. This book is split into 3 sections, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But before the practical stuff, some of the practical stuff had to happen first to build up that bit of motivation. But then what happens is I started to realize that the relationship I had with money was really the relationship I had with myself. And I'm going to cry again. Because money is not who we are. Like, money is not who we are. The relationship we have with ourselves is the most important relationship we have with anything. It's the longest relationship we have in the world for the longest time. And so when people want to get wealthier and have a better relationship with money, we've really got to look at our relationship with ourselves. And that's the first sentence of this book. Let me just read this to you. And the first sentence says, the way we treat money is a mirror reflection of how we treat ourselves. Our ability to receive wealth is mirrored in our ability to be loved and feel loved. And that's the message I want to leave you with today. For, I don't know how long you guys are going to stick around for. Thank you so much for your support so far. But I just want to send you so much love, because I think when we come from a place of love, self-love, loving ourselves, everything becomes possible. It opens up our mind to possibility thinking, to gratitude thinking, to thinking about what's going to work for us, not comparing ourselves to everybody else. And so whilst I'm sharing my journey over the course of today, I don't want you to think about, well, that's worked for Catherine, I'm going to do exactly that. I want you to think about, what step are you at today? And that's what I hope this book will help you to do. I want it to help as many women and men. There's lots of guys that read this book too. But I want to help as many people to become financially resilient, to be financially independent, to step into a place of empowerment, to feel confident that they are able to create that possibility and that potential for themselves. And so the book is put into 3 different stages. The first stage is deserve. The second stage is create. And the third stage is grow. Okay, so the deserving is very much about how we can look at our relationship with money, how we can improve the relationship we have with money. And there's some really practical questions, quite deep questions for you to journal around, for you to ask yourself, for you to ask of your partners, for example. There's a whole section in this book around how to have a more positive conversation with people at home, in business, friendship circles, all of those people too, as well as with as well as with yourself. And so the deserving is the biggest part of the book. So this is very much the money mindset work. Then we go into the create step, and this is very much about the practical steps, because one of the things I found is that money mindset books are so powerful, and I've read several in my journey as well. And they're so incredibly powerful, but I wanted to write a book that both showed the emotional side of money and the practical side of money. So you get both. Okay. I didn't want to leave anything left, hence why the book is so big. And then the grow stage is then very much about stepping into your financial future. So this is very much then about how you can create that vision for yourself. What's the purpose of why you're creating money? So there's some chapters in here in the final section. For example, wealth empowerment, the different steps into wealth. What happens when we get resistance that comes up? What happens when we have financial regrets? What happens when we don't have strong boundaries? What happens what are the practical steps to do for your weekly money date and your monthly money dates? How do you organize money? What are your needs versus your wants? How do you invest in yourself? What are the rules around investing strategies? Some really, really deep practical things in here, but it's also layered with this trauma-informed lens so that we can look at money from both sides of the coin. So I'm really, really excited to get this book into as many hands as possible. And in a couple of minutes time, for 1 minute time, I'm going to be inviting our very special guest. So I'm just going to go away and welcome Leona in. So she'll be here with us in 1 minute. And if you haven't had a chance to go and get the book, please, we'd love your support today. Go and grab those bonuses. It's notaboutthemoney.co.uk. And I will see you back here in 1 minute. Hey guys, welcome back. I need to sit in my screen. Oh, look, looks really weird. Okay, I'm just about to bring in the incredible Leona Burton into our stream this morning. So let me just bring Leona in. Let's make sure this is working. Let's see. Oh, I can't see your face, Leona. Hold on. Can you hear me, Leona?
Hello.
Yay!
Oh my goodness, I've literally just dropped you a message like, I have the worst storm ever here in Croatia, so I might be really glitchy, but I'm here. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, thank you so much. I can't. Every time I speak to you, Leona, you're in like a different part of the world. I think you were in Mexico last time we spoke.
Yes, here in Croatia, you've kind of sent your strange weather over to us, and we're now facing like horrific storms, but such is life.
Oh, goodness. Oh, well, thank you so much for being here with me today to celebrate the launch of my book. Honestly, I've cried about 4 or 5 times already this morning. So it
You
was
are
very, very.
amazing. You should be really proud of yourself.
Thank you so much. And I was just talking about you a moment ago, actually, Leona, to my community online. But I would love you just to introduce yourself and let the guys know, like, let them know what you do, and then how did we meet originally? Can you remember?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so who am I first and foremost? I'm Leona. I am the founder of a company called MIB International, and I currently support around 350,000 female entrepreneurs all around the world. We provide child-friendly networking events. We provide business education. We're just very hands-on in the female entrepreneur space. We work with a lot of startups, but we work with everybody from startup to 7 figures. So it's busy. I am expecting my 6th baby, and I am a world schooler, so I like to keep myself, busy and distracted from business sometimes with many other things. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. How did we meet? I think you first came to a VIP day of mine. That's when
I
we
did.
first met,
Yeah.
which was a
I
long
remember.
time ago in Marbella.
Oh my goodness. Like, it must have been about what, 3, 4 years, probably 4 years ago now.
It was probably 3 years just gone.
Yeah, amazing. And I was saying to the community earlier that I actually knew Leona from when you were a fashion model on TV, with Gok One,
Right.
because I was an image consultant, and I remember seeing you on TV. And then when one of my friends, Caroline Strawson, tagged me in this post where you were like, "Come along to this social media VIP day with me in Spain and learn about social media," and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm definitely going." And it was just the best weekend. We had so much fun. I think we
We
ended
did
up,
have fun.
we didn't talk much at all about social media and ended up talking about loads of fun stuff.
We did. It was a good weekend. We chatted about lots of different types of things, and I think that's something that is really important for people to understand. There are so many different ways of growing your business. There are so many avenues, and I think people are very much focused on social media. And social media has been amazing for me. Don't get me wrong, but it's not the be all and end all. And I think people get really caught up in the numbers, they get caught up in the likes, they get caught up in the kind of in the accolade, and none of it really means anything. It's a component.
It's so true. It's so true. We often do measure ourselves through validation of how many likes, how many comments, how many shares. And in reality, when you're first building a business, you don't get many shares or many likes. But yet, if that's the validation through the lens at which we see success, then I often think that's why people think that social media is difficult, it's a chore, it's stressful, like I'm not getting anywhere. And that's really where I wanted to invite you on today, Leona, because I remember when I first started my business, and I know that you mentored me for 6 months as well. And I remember you were literally like a breath of fresh air, because you were like, don't look at what everybody else is doing. Like, if you want to charge £10 a month for your membership, charge £10 a month for your membership. And it was like, oh, so I don't have to do what everybody else is doing. I don't have to charge premium prices because I want to help so many people. And I always remember that gift that you gave me of how I could actually build my community by it's not about me, and it's not about charging premium prices, and it's not about having thousands and thousands of followers. It's just about getting your message out to the world. And I would love, Leona, perhaps if you could share today for the audience, like how do people start with building their brand and building their communities, which I think is something that you're incredibly gifted at doing.
Thank you. I do have 170 Facebook groups now, which is nuts. So I think the first things first is to identify the type of person that you are. And I think often we start with our ideal client, and actually for me, that's not the right place to start. I think we really have to figure out who we are as people, what's important to us, where our values lie, what's, you know, what we're going after, what the end goal is, and then start to think about who we want to impact rather than the other way around. Because I think it's really important that we ground ourselves in the truth of who we are when we're growing online, especially because it's very distracting, it's exceptionally noisy, and as a startup it can be overwhelming. I mean, it can be overwhelming at the best of times for the majority of us, but especially as a startup, it's kind of you feel like you're thrown into the lion's den. So for me, it's that figuring out that component first and foremost, then working on who it is your ideal client is. And, you know, yes, we do kind of like age, sex, location, you know, what type of job. But actually, I don't think people spend enough time considering how those people think and feel, you know, what's going on for those people emotionally, ethically, morally, on a deep level. And for me, that has been the biggest part of my success, is understanding my members as if I'd had many a conversation with them. And you do that by kind of interviewing them, almost like, you know, surveying them, asking them a ton of questions. If you're not asking your audience questions on a consistent basis, and I mean multiple times a week, you're missing out, because the more knowledge you have about those people, the better you can serve them. And if you can serve them at the best of your ability, and by the way, you won't serve everybody at the best of your ability because you're human. But if you can serve those people at the best of your ability, the sales process becomes easier, which means people become less frustrated. What happens is most people don't understand themselves. Most people don't understand their ideal clients in a deep enough way to be able to communicate them with, in a way in which they understand. And therefore, the sales feel like pulling teeth. Business is hard anyway. Let's not make it any harder than it needs to be for ourselves. So for me, it's just about making the process as streamlined and as simple as possible, so that we can have conversations that are super easy, and we're not having to, you know, spend an hour and a half on a discovery call for somebody that is not interested in what you got to do. You can offer, they can't afford your services. It doesn't matter how well you sell yourself. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of their time. They leave feeling embarrassed. You feel frustrated, and it's back to square one. For me, it's all about pulling people in rather than chasing around after people, which I see people do a lot with their time. And for me, it's not a good use of time.
And it's scarcity mindset, isn't it? When we're chasing people around for business, then we're coming from a place of not enoughness, which is scarcity. And I'm in fact, my word for next year, I was writing about this morning, Leona, is trust. Because I think there's a lot of people that if we were to just step into that mindset of trust and just trust that what will happen will happen. Of course, there's some strategic elements to growing a business, right, but the more we can step into that trust for ourselves, the less we chase, the less we're frantic, the less we're anxious, the less we're in that scarcity, not enoughness mindset.
Yeah, and you can see that across the board. So for example, I have a lot of followers that are in network marketing. Come the end of the month, they're all slashing their prices, and I'm like, but you're getting into a habit, and you know, you're then putting that pressure on yourself. Your clients are then waiting for that discount because they know it's coming, and that icky feeling is then consistent. And I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a very, very easy to fall into a scarcity mindset, especially when there is so much online about, I made this much money and, you know, I'm so fabulous and I'm going to teach you how to make a certain amount of money in 5 minutes. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some people that are absolutely stonking it, and nothing against those people whatsoever. Like, you go and you make as much money as you can. But what I want you to understand is it's not as simple as sometimes it's made out to be. It is difficult, it's complicated, and it's not just a straightforward process the majority of the time. And I think we're looking at those people like gods, and we're thinking, well, that isn't my reality. It's not the reality for most people. And, you know, I think we have to be kinder to ourselves in that process and understand that things will take 10 times longer than you would like them to, the majority of the time. And you have to have the patience, you have to have a knowledge and an understanding that if you continue to do the work and you reflect and review, because I think that's something else that people don't do. They don't look at what they're doing and think, is this actually producing some level of result? People go through business quite blindly, closing their eyes, trying to pretend that, you know, they're not financially in the poop, or they, you know, stuff isn't going on that they need to be dealing with. We've all been there. Like, we don't want to face those things, but that is the only way that you'll get through business successfully, is by actually facing what is going on in your business and what's going on for you as a person. I mean, I understand I've got masses of weaknesses, but it's identifying those, either putting somebody in place to handle those things that I don't want to handle, or I don't have the knowledge, or I don't have the time to skill up, or I go and skill up and I identify the fact that actually it's an area I'd like to work on, and I need to work on, and I have the time to be able to do so, to be able to shape me into a better business owner or a CEO or a leader. So those things are really important. But I think for me, the biggest advice I want to give people is just to slow down a little bit. And don't get me wrong, I love to be fast paced. You know, people are like, oh, don't glamorize the hustle. It's not about that. But if you're entrepreneurial, you have an innate want to go out and do the things. But it's also like, okay, so I need to slow down so that I can see the bigger picture, and actually figure out a plan that's going to make sense for me.
Do you know what? You've just inspired me to have rename my strategy days in my diary to slow down days.
Yes.
Right, because it's often in the times that we slow down that we get the best ideas as well. Like, have you ever noticed, like, when you're on holiday or you're on the plane to go away somewhere, you're like, oh my god, like, and you get all these ideas and then things start to flow again, just because we're just allowing ourselves that time and that space to slow down.
We don't do that anywhere near enough.
No. And like, even just listening to you, Leona, you're like, you remind me a little bit of myself. Like, we just talk really quickly because we're like, oh my god, there's so much to share, so much enthusiasm and so much energy. And I just love everything that you do, Leona. And bearing in mind as well, like, I know you're pregnant, we're expecting your 6th child at the moment. By the way, how are you feeling?
I'm actually good. I feel all right at the moment. I've been really, really tired. And I'm like, why have I done this to myself? I'm 36 tomorrow, and I had my first at 18, and I'm like, why would I do this to myself at 36? I'm like too old.
Is it your birthday tomorrow?
It's my birthday. I'm gonna be 36. I can't believe it. In my head, I'm about 25.
Oh, I didn't know that. Also, we're both Sagittarians.
Yeah. Oh, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I keep getting this random message coming up. I think this is the message going, you're talking too fast. Slow down, slow down. So, Leona, obviously you have 5 kids, and I know you travel the world. As I mentioned earlier, every time I speak to you, you're in different parts around the world. How on earth do you manage an empire that you have with children? Because I think this is something we don't really talk enough about. Like, we see so many people working, you know, significant hours in their businesses. I work 9 till 2. Like, I literally have built my business so that I can do the school run. I can pick the children up. I don't work evenings. I don't work weekends. And I know that's not always possible when you first start a business, but how have you done that? How have you managed that, of having children and creating a business?
I mean, there are loads of, you know, don't get me wrong, I have pulled some hours in. When I was in the States last winter, I was working at 4:30 in the morning. So it's not always easy. I mean, yes, of course, you get to a point where you get to pick your hours. Great. In the beginning, it is navigation. And I think, again, we put an overwhelming pressure on ourselves to be like perfect. And everyone's striving for this like balance. And I'm like, when you find it, can you let me know? Because I'm yet to like understand that process. Because not because it doesn't exist, but I think, you know, even working 9 till 2, that's great. It gives you a healthy balance between work and your children and your family. However, I know that in your mind, you're probably thinking, oh, but if I just squeezed in another hour, I could do X, Y, Z, and I could do another project, and I could work with more clients. And I think it's an ongoing process. And I think you have to understand that sometimes your business will require more of your time, and sometimes your family will require more of your time, and you only have so much time in this life to be able to do everything. So I've come to the realization that if it gets done, great. If it doesn't get done. And that's it. I prioritize like a ninja. I always make sure that I have as much time for my family as I can possibly fit in. But also my business is a passion of mine, and it pays for the life we live. So it's, it's prioritizing. I have to work in order to be able to have my life, but also I don't live to work, I work to live. And I think that's where I've got to in my mind, that as long as I feel healthy and I keep a very close eye on how I'm feeling, I think I've become quite in tune with my own self. And that's not an easy place to get to, but I've become quite in tune with my own self to go, actually, I'm pulling in too many hours, or I'm not spending enough time on my business. My business actually needs me to kind of really focus in this moment. So for me, it's just navigating the waters as effectively as possible, rather than having an overwhelming pressure just to be super strategic about it. Because if you have children, there is nothing strategic about children. Like, there's nothing. And so things are going to go out of the water. Things will change. People, children get poorly, they need you. Having teenagers is always 3 teenagers, right? So it's interesting. Hormones.
I'm so going to be coming to you in a few years' time.
I mean, it's real. I mean, my oldest teenager is almost 18, which I just can't even believe myself. I keep reminding him to not make me a grandmother yet. I'm like, I am not old enough to be a nan, just so you know. So yeah, I think take the pressure off is my advice, and just understand you can do what you can do, and that's all you can do.
And you get your kids involved in your business as well, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
How do you get them involved?
So my two youngest teenagers, so my 18-year-old, he works and he's off doing his own thing. He actually lives in the UK. He's super independent. My 16 and my 14-year-old have both got their own businesses. You can see my husband half naked in the background in the mirror. He's just come out of the shower. I'm like, do you actually realise that you can see yourself? For the joys of being a digital nomad. There you go. Thank you later, ladies. So I mean, that got the ratings up. It's all good. So what were we even saying? I'm saying, children and getting involved in the business. For me, a part of their homeschooling has been around, okay, where are your strengths and how can I utilize your strengths in the business? How can they take that experience and apply that to their own businesses? And also, how can I line their pockets as well? Because at the end of the day, if I'm paying a social media manager and one of them has the capabilities, why would I, give that to somebody else? So for me, I've just tried to lean into their strengths, give them the opportunity to learn. And honestly, kids are all into digital. Everything's digital now. So they actually know more than most adults.
Yeah. And we learn so much from them too, don't we? Like, there's so many times that even my 10-year-old or my 8-year-old say little nuggets of wisdom. I'm like, oh, I'm going to capture that and I'm going to, share it. Or yeah, I mean, I was reading this morning, Leona, my 10-year-old wrote me a poem for my birthday. I'll quickly read it again. I cry every time I read it, but he's put, it's not about the money. It's about wealth, about the food, about the shelter. Like even that, like in itself, I'm like, that whole first section in my book, and he hasn't read it yet, is about Maslow's hierarchy of needs and how, there are different stages of wealth. And I'm going to be talking about that at 10 o'clock today. And then he says, you're so amazing. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. I love your contribution to your work to keep us alive. It's not about the money. It's about each other, helping Earth survive and keeping us with you. Can't believe you're 40 years old, 4 decades old. Have the best day. Love you so much.
You're like, yeah, thank you for throwing that last part.
Thanks for throwing that in. But I look at that and think, goodness, he's picked that up just from the language that we use at home around money. And there's some sections in the book actually that talk about, how you can teach children to have a good relationship with money. But really how you can teach kids is if you have a good relationship yourself, they will learn through observation, through your language, through what you say around money. I mean, when I was growing up, money was just never talked about. It was never spoken about. Like my dad would hide his pound coins in a jar and put it at the back of his wardrobe, you know, like money had to be kept secret almost. And so we never spoke about money in the household. And I think the best thing you can do for your children is to talk about money, talk about budgeting, talk about mortgages, talk about renewing your insurance bills, you know, so they get to experience money so that we normalize that conversation.
I think you're absolutely right. And one thing that my 18-year-old, he's been very stubborn, you know, as 18-year-olds are. And he texted me the other week and he was like, Mum, being an adult's really hard. And I'm like, yeah, well, I did try and tell you that all of these years and you didn't want to listen. He's like, money just doesn't go very far. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. And I tried to teach you that, but, you know, in your own stubborn ways. And with Kai and Enna, they both, you know, Kai has his, you know, his own bank account. He has his own saving pots within Starling. And he's like, oh my goodness, my savings are down to this much. And I'm like, well, you know, you've got to manage your money more effectively. And he's like, and I think that's really taught him about the value of money. And he's obsessed with Mexico. So he lived in Mexico for 5 months. And he's got a ton of friends out there who are seriously wealthy. I mean, they are like ridiculously wealthy. Some of them have like 3 houses and a yacht. I mean, it's just crazy. And he's like, I really want to go back to Mexico. And I said, well, price it up. And he's like, well, it's going to cost me $4,000 for the month if I get this and that and the other. And I'm like, well, you know, you have to understand that if you want to go to Mexico for a month and it's going to cost you $4,000, then you're going to have to sacrifice other things in order to be able to do that. So you have a choice. So it's interesting. You kind of, I think with parenting, it's one of those things where, I mean, it's like having clients. You can tell them, but they have to experience those things for themselves as well. You can't force them to do things. So for me, it's definitely been a learning curve because as a parent, you kind of want to take over and, you know, pull them into line or pull them into place. You can't, as they get older, that's just not possible. So it's just about educating them in a way that you can and then allowing them to make their own choices.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And I love how, you know, children can inspire ideas for us as much as we get, you know, as much as we can teach them about money as well. And also going back to what you were saying earlier, Leona, about, you know, business is never linear. Making money is never linear. The stages of wealth creation, which I'll be talking about later, are never linear. You know, that in the book, we have 3 stages of deserve, create, and grow. They're not linear stages. We don't make money and then everything's solved and then, you know, and then that's it. We have to make the money, feel deserving of actually having it in the first place, number one, and not, you know, pushing it away. Then we've got to actually feel deserving to just keep hold of it, which was my biggest challenge when I was growing up around money. I didn't want to have money because of the meaning and the perception that I gave to people who had money. And then at the extreme end, for people who can't even spend on their own needs because they're so busy looking after everybody else. And I definitely see that very common money belief with a lot of women, a lot of parents, in that they feel that they have to use money to look after everybody else's needs. And it often comes up this time of the year, doesn't it, at Christmas, where...
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you know, having a membership myself, you see at this time of year, the numbers start to drop. Everyone's like, I'll come back in January. And, you know, I was, and I'm like, people are so focused on giving their children the experience that they think that they need to give them, that they will take away from their own need as a business owner to work on themselves. And I'm like, you do realize if you take this month off, come January, it's going to be a lot harder. And I think that, you know, I've done it myself. I've got into debt for Christmas a long time ago. I've, you know, spent way too much money on Christmas and it's been extravagant and in your face just to kind of keep up with the Joneses, I suppose. And now we travel, it's like, I mean, they get a handful. Doesn't mean I don't spend a lot. I have to say, as they get older, they get more expensive. But it's, you know, I think about those investments or that spending much more than I ever would have done before. And I, you know, I think about, is this something of value to them? Do they actually need this thing that I'm spending this money on? So I have, you know, but it's a work in progress. You know, it's always, it's a process like anything. And I come from a family with money, not that they gave me any, but I come from a family with money. And I've seen old money and I've seen new money. We've got, you know, a combination of both in my family. It's been an interesting dynamic to watch the different types of people spend in different ways.
What do you mean by the old money? What do you mean by that old money, new money there, Leona?
So for me, old money is kind of generational wealth. You know, my grandparents invested. They didn't, you know, you won't find them wearing a Louis Vuitton handbag at all. I mean, if they were going to spend $3,000 on a bag, it would be invested somewhere. Whereas my cousins would spend $5,000 on a handbag and not think twice about it, or, you know. So for me, it's a very different approach to having money. And it's just been interesting to watch the different dynamics of, you know, what money means to different types of people. So for me, new money is it's more Instagrammy, it's more flash, it's more like, you know, this is how much I spent on this. Whereas old money, my older generation family, they would never talk about how much money they made. Yet for new money, it's very much like, you know, had a 6-figure year, had a 7-figure year. You know, it's a little bit more spoken about, a little bit more spent around and flashed about, and it's, you know, bottles of vodka that cost you £600 and all of that jazz. So it's just for me, it's just different.
Yeah, and there's the whole section in the book actually that talks about intergenerational wealth patterns, and we've put an exercise in the book which is one of my favorite actually. It's one that I use with my one-to-one clients, where we actually draw a generational family tree. But what we do is we draw a generational family tree and we look at what were the core beliefs that each member in that family tree had around money. Now, sometimes it's not always possible, obviously, to ask them, to have that conversation with them that may have passed. But even looking at, you know, who brought wealth into the family? Was it women? Was it only men that brought money into the household? So therefore, is there a perception there that, well, women can't be wealthy, they have to be the caregivers? You know, and it's a really interesting practical exercise to do, to just get you aware of whose influence generationally, you know, who had the biggest influence on you growing up, because ultimately all these beliefs that we carry around money are just passed through those generations, which is why when we change our own relationship to money, it doesn't just change our own relationship, it changes every single future generation. I think that's really powerful. And I know certainly, Leona, from you shared a lot over the recent years of your journey through setting up another business and some of the challenges for you around that, or even challenges around your health and how that's impacted on growing your wealth and your business. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time today. I know you're super busy. And
I'm literally dashing to another interview. It's stacked out today.
But thank you so much. And if anyone does want to follow you, we've put your little handle on the screen here, Leona. But if anyone does want to come and follow you, where would be the best place for them to come and connect with you?
I mean, just anywhere. I mean, I'm on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. Facebook is my most kind of interacted upon platform. But yeah, that would be lovely. Come over and check us out.
Amazing. Well, I'll let you go, Leona. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you soon, my love. Amazing. Right, let me just change my little banner. Hold on. Oh God, this is all fun, all the tech. Here we go. I'm going to use this one for now. So thank you so much for listening, guys, so far. And thank you so much for supporting our book launch today. So it's double celebrations today, because it's not just the launch of my book, it's also my 40th birthday. So I'm kind of ignoring the fact that I'm turning 40 and celebrating my book launch. And actually, as we speak, I've just been messaging Abigail Horn, who is the owner of Authors & Co. This is the company that's helped us to publish this book today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes, and I'm going to see you back here in about 2 or 3 minutes time. and I'm going to have a conversation with Abby about the whole process of writing a book. Like, if you guys are interested in perhaps communicating your story, getting your wisdom out to the world, would really love to just share with you the whole process of writing a book, because it's been really interesting and certainly quite different to what I expected. So I'm going to say goodbye for now, and I will see you back here, guys, in 2 or 3 minutes time. And I've just got to figure out now how to here we go. Oh, that's so funny. I'm like, right, I'm just going to get myself ready, and then I realize I'm live already. Right, let me just figure out how to change this banner. Right, here we go. Love all the text. So, oh my God, I'm so excited. I was really hoping today that a very special person would come and join me, and I wasn't 100% sure whether she'd be able to. And she just messaged me this morning going like, can I come and join you on this live stream? I'm like, yay, come and join me. So I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for everybody's support. Literally, my phone is just pinging everywhere all the time with happy birthday messages and messages of support for the book. So I just want to say thank you so much. This book has been in the making for about 2 years. But it just feels so like, it feels really emotional, actually. I remember the first time I co-authored a book with this amazing lady I'm going to bring on to the show in a second. And I remember crying a lot on that day, actually, because it was like the book was written to empower young teenagers to have a better relationship with themselves. And that was my first experience of writing a book. And then today just feels like that next level of, I mean, like, Abby will laugh because the number of edits that have gone into this book that started at 42,000 words and ended up being about 80,000 words. And it's now like, this is a really, really thorough, detailed book. And it just feels like a small part of me is inside here. And it just feels really weird, actually, to get it out to the world, but also very exciting, because I know that if I had this book when I was in my 20s, I wouldn't have gone through all the crap, quite frankly, of living in debt cycles over and over and over. And I talked about a little bit of my experience about how I got out of debt this morning, and I'm going to continue that story as we go through the day. So, are you ready? I'm going to bring on to the show Abigail. Has been in my life for probably about 5 years, from quite early on in my journey. She was friends with a very good friend of mine who introduced me to Abby's work. And Abby is just one of those beautiful souls who just gives so much energy to all of her work. And she's created this amazing business where she helps leaders and she helps people to get their message into a book, which is hard. Like, I remember sitting there thinking, I have no idea where to start. Like, how on earth do I write a book? And I want to talk about that with Abby today. So let me bring her on. I feel like I need like a fanfare.
Oh, I've never had such a lovely introduction. I was like this. Happy birthday, amazing lady.
Thank you. I'm going to put my glasses on just so people can see I'm not crying.
Oh my God. How are you feeling today? I know it's just the most emotional day for so many reasons.
Yeah, it really is. Like, I cried when I recorded my I've been doing like little podcast episodes throughout the week, and the one I did today, if you get a chance to listen to it, it's about 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was the first time I cried. I've cried about 7 times this morning. And now my husband's just walked in the room with a massive bunch of flowers from somebody. Yay! Wow, amazing. So yeah, it has been really emotional. But do you know what I think it is? I think it's because the process of writing a book has felt really vulnerable, because there's so much that you share about your own story and your own transformation. And it's always difficult to know, how much do I share? Is that too much? Is it not enough? And I think that's what I've really realized, is that the more people that can get their stories out to the world, the more change we can create. And I think that's just the real magic of any book, really, is that, you know, you just never know. One sentence that you've written can just have the ability to completely change people's lives. And we've already had like 20 people read this book before today. And the messages that we've had have just been like incredible. And I don't think I ever realized the power of how much possibility we have when we can take a little bit of confidence just to share that one sentence or that one story or that one social post that will just really hit home with one person. And if it hits home with one person, that's one little drop in the ocean. And it only takes one little drop in the ocean to start that tidal wave of change.
It does. I think it's ingrained in us, you know, the storytelling thing. It's ingrained in us from such a young age. One of the first things your children will ever ask you for is, can you tell me a story? And it's sort of part of our DNA that storytelling from children right the way through to adult life is how we learn, it's how we grow, it's how we entertain ourselves, it's where we get comfort from. It's like all of the things in one. So when people are missing that little bit, like, it kind of hurts my heart a bit, because I want them to share their story. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a book. This is just the format that I do it in. But whether it's storytelling just in their social media posts or in their emails or on their podcast or whatever it is that they're doing, don't hold yourself back because you think that people won't resonate, because you are the very thing that people will resonate with. Like, the power is all already in you, not the strategic marketing messages. That isn't what people connect with.
Oh my God. So you're so right. And also I think that from a wealth perspective, like people are almost waiting for those role models that they can go and copy, or that they can go and recreate, or like stand in the shoes of. And the message I just want people to hear is that, like, stop looking for that role model. Like, you are that role model. You can be that wealthy woman. And being wealthy isn't just in the amount of money you have in your bank account. You know, don't judge your worth from the amount of money you have in your bank account, because then your worth is going to be constantly ebbing and flowing, going up and down. And if you have, you know, if you're at the start of your wealth journey, because quite frankly, most of us are, unless we've inherited wealth, because no one teaches us how to make money. No one teaches us how to manage money. So we kind of, you know, we have to just guess, well, how do I budget? How do I manage money in my business? And I kind of want to encourage as many women to believe in themselves, that they are already their own role models. I don't want people to wait for these wealthy role models, which quite frankly are quite limited anyway for women, because, you know, if you think about all the movies that we watched growing up, you know, it's about being rescued, the princess being rescued by the prince, and the happily ever after. And, you know, often that rich women are greedy and not very nice, or they're stupid, like Clueless was a film I used to love when I was growing up. And it's like, they're silly.
It's so powerful what you said there, because if you see when lots of women that we know that are in the public eye, they sort of get a lot of PR around them and stuff like that, the comments towards wealthy women can be scathing. And you don't see those comments towards wealthy men. It's very, very interesting that that's something else that is in our DNA. To really not all of our DNA, but to really not like women doing well for themselves. And that, I think, stops women from wanting to do well for themselves. They want to stay in their box because it's safer. And it's so sad. It's so sad. It's heartbreaking.
I think it's also just natural, though. You know, like when you read people's reactions, we know that it's about them, not about the person who's successful.
Yeah.
And often that comes from a place of trauma. And when I say that, I don't mean all the big traumas necessarily. It can be little traumas, things like COVID-19. If you've just gone through a period of losing your entire income, and then you see somebody shouting about, I've just made 1.6 million in my launch or whatever.
Yes, it's you feel it, right?
Yeah. But some people find that difficult to express. And the only way it's expressed is through judgment or shame or jealousy or emotions that actually aren't negative. They're there to protect. They're there to stop us from feeling the pain of our own experiences.
Yeah.
And so whenever I see like comments, I always think, oh, I'm really curious to what's going on for that person to feel the need to express maybe something that's quite derogatory, because it's always about how we feel. It's not about everybody else. So I think it's quite natural for that to happen. But where I think, and certainly for your expertise, Abby, is that the whole process of writing about our own stories and writing about the things that we want to share out into the world can feel really hard. There's so many people that have messaged me like, I'd love to write a book. And I'm like, let's do it. Like, let me put you in contact with Abby. Like you can start. But people get stuck in that initial stage, don't they? And I'd love you to just share maybe from your experience, how can more people get over that like first barrier or hurdle to having the confidence to think about writing their first book?
There's fears that people will go through in the early stages, which are very much, I don't think I'm good enough to write a book, because that straight away they'll think, well, I'm no J.K. Rowling, forgetting that J.K. herself started somewhere and just writing thoughts down on a piece of paper. And there's also a massive difference between writing fiction and non-fiction. But the initial thought is, I aren't good enough to write a book. I didn't get an A star in English at school, that type of thing. Well, editors are there to support with that sort of thing. So that's like not really something that you should be concerned about. The other thing is that no one is going to buy my book. It's very unrealistic that nobody is going to buy your book. However, is there an element of needing to market your book as the author? Yes. And I think it's better to accept that, because actually if you're not prepared to market it, there's probably no point in writing it unless it's a legacy thing that you're leaving down into your family or whatever. But I think ultimately the thing that scares people about sales and about marketing their book is because people tell themselves, I'm not very good at selling, I'm not very good at marketing. I promise you there is no better person or company in the world to market your book than you. Because you know this from experiencing now, it's literally like having a child. It's like you give birth to this thing. It's been painful, it's been stressful, it's been all of the emotions, and then there's been happiness and tears and everything. You know that book so well, and you are so proud of what you've done, and so proud of yourself at the other side of it. There is no better person that can sell that book than you. You can sell it in your sleep, because that passion is in you, way more than it's in me. I can market books, but I can't market their book as good as they can market their book. Yeah. So they are some of the fears that people go through, and the ones that you need to address before you get to the writing point. When it gets to actually, okay, where do I get started? It's kind of not sitting down and starting to write. And the reason I say that is because when I see people post on Facebook and say, oh, has anyone got any tips for me? I'm thinking about writing a book. Loads of unsolicited advice will say, yeah, just sit down and start writing. From our perspective, it's one of the worst things that you can do, because you're going to write and write and write, and it's not going to go anywhere. So it's starting with a plan. It's understanding exactly who you're writing for. Don't try and write for everybody. You're not going to be for everybody. Just speak to who you want to speak to. It's deciding the structure you want that to take. So if it's about, say it's for your business, or, a legacy book, is it expository non-fiction, or is it narrative? So is it self-help, or is it talking a lot about your own experiences and story? And the two can come together, but there's very strategic ways that those books are written and designed in terms of a plan. So it's understanding, how do you want this to look and feel to your reader? For example, mine is very much a book that somebody can open at any chapter and just get the bit that they need for the point that they are at in the process. So So that's expository. That's, you don't need to know about me. You just need to know about this thing that you're trying to do. Whereas other books like your own will have a lot more narrative in it, which are storytelling and explaining and putting it into context for people. And some books absolutely require that. So it's thinking about what are the messages you want somebody to receive. And then have that written down on a Post-it note, stuck in front of you the entire time. What is the one big promise you want this person to take away? Because if the whole plan doesn't deliver that, the things that you are writing just take you off that course, bring yourself back all the time. Yeah. Or else your editing process is going to be way harder than it needs to be, because you just sitting down to write could take you anywhere, which in fiction, that could be great. That could open up all sorts of things. But in non-fiction, it's absolutely a waste of time.
Yeah, so some really good points in there. And I'll be really honest, when I started writing my book, I didn't start with the plan. And I fairly quickly got to the point where I was like, now how do I structure this? Because structure and planning and organization is not something that comes naturally to me. And also I find it very difficult to write, but I find it much easier to talk and communicate. So the way I actually started the basis of my book, and then I sat down and went through the process with Abby's help in a lot more of what Abby's just spoken about there. But when I first started my book, I actually talked and then had it transcribed.
Yeah.
And that really helped me, because rather than me sitting down with a pen, like, or my keyboard, like, what am I going to write? I just started talking, and then I just saw where that led me. And then I had it transcribed, and then I started to put it into like sections, and before the kind of book even came together. And that helped me to create the structure and the ideas behind the book.
Yeah.
We massively
recommend that, actually. We massively recommend that, actually, because blank pages can really freak people out. It can be a really like daunting thing. For someone like me, that's the most exciting thing you can possibly put in front of me. But for other people, depending on how we are inclined, that's really scary. So even just putting yourself on a Zoom video and pressing record and allowing yourself just to talk about the topic, that will start the words flowing. Even if you can just, as part of this plan, just have a list of potential subjects that need to be included and just start to record them. And it's all allowing you to get out of your head what you want in the book.
Yeah, such a great idea. And going back to the process of what Abby's just said there for this book, is I knew what the title was before I'd written it, which doesn't that isn't the normal order, is it? You normally do you create the title once you've written the content of the book, or
both? So some people come to us with a title that they are absolutely adamant that they feel that's what it is, or they've had a vision, or they just know, like, whatever it is, that they determine that that's what the title is. Other people change their title several times along the way. Other people get to the end and think, right, now I've written the book, now I know what I want to call it. Yeah. What's more important than the title, and it's the title that people get hung up on, it's actually not the reason that people buy. The subtitle is the thing that will sell the book before the title. So the striking cover will do its job in getting somebody to click on it. The title is sometimes only one word, so it doesn't always mean a lot. The subtitle is generally the one big promise that you are going to give to the reader. So that makes them think, oh, is this what I want to receive? And then the book description will be the thing that sort of seals the deal for you. So it's interesting because the titles are so like what people are like, oh, God, what's the title? But the subtitle is actually going to be the thing that, from a marketing perspective, is what is going to resonate with the reader or not.
Yeah, so the subtitle of the book here is 3 Steps to Become a Wealthy Woman. I'm sure you can see it in the background here on this gigantic picture of myself. And I'll tell you what was interesting about the book process for me as well, is because I'm very visual, and this I think carries through in all of my branding, is we've spent a lot, and Abby will like be nodding her head here, we spent a lot of toing and froing on the cover design, because for most authors, like, putting your picture on the front isn't necessarily the best route to go unless you're like a celebrity or well-known. But when I tested it in my audience, this was really interesting, is that when we tested various designs, people liked the picture on the front. Yeah. And I think it was, for me, it was like, oh God, but I don't want me on the front of my book. But then I was like, actually, no, because the fact that there's a woman on the front cover is quite a striking way of, you know, straight away telling people this book is written by a woman for women, which has always been my, you know, my ideal client, my ideal audience. So, but that was a really interesting process for me. I was really stuck in this procrastination of, do I put my picture on the front? Do I not? So I hope that you like the design.
And it's all in context, right? So it's always going to depend on the person's book, and it's always going to depend on who they're writing for as well. Every part of your brand, this photo is very significant for you as well. This is part of like other areas of your brand and other assets in your brand, and it's very recognizable as like for who you are. So does it work in this cover? Yes, but there's another reason why it works, and it's that you aren't just the cover. So when you're thinking about a non-fiction book, the writing should take the main priority. So not necessarily not life story books or memoirs or things like that, but when you are specifically writing to support people, the text should be the main focal point of the book, and it still is. If you'd have just had your picture, like a photo on the front with a bit of writing over it, your audience may have liked that. It wouldn't sell as well on Amazon. So, or wherever people are buying. I tend to think Amazon because it's the main place where people will go. So you actually brought together the best of both worlds, which is why it will work really well for you. And the cover is beautiful.
Oh, and your team have just done such an amazing job. You really have. And the whole editing process as well was I mean, just phenomenal. It, you know, that's so much support. And I just want to say a massive thank you to you and your team, Abby, because, and I mentioned this on my podcast today as well, that, you know, it has been a really hard, very enjoyable, but also really hard journey, because there's definitely been some times where that kind of perfectionist has come out, like, oh, that word's not quite right, or, you know, can we move the font to this side of the page, and there's so many aspects of choice as well. Like,
I know,
do you want it left align or right align? Do you want it, like, there's so many things to make decisions on. And I feel very much that if you're in a position of thinking about writing a book, I would 100% do it with the guidance of Abby and her team, because I just couldn't imagine getting to this stage now without having all of your team coming in and supporting me through the whole process. It's just been really, really, really lovely.
Thank you so much. I think for me, it outgrew me. What was needed in this process outgrew me. You've got to think, when Authors & Co started 4 years ago, there was me, and then we very quickly realised that formatting was going to be a nightmare if we didn't have a formatter involved. So it was me and a formatter, and then everything else we just thought about bits of freelance support where we needed it. Over time, that's had to grow to this big team that are purely working with Authors & Co, because the process is so in-depth. And I find it so interesting when people just say, sort of on posts and things, oh yeah, you can just go and self-publish.
Yeah.
Nobody would deny that. What you're going to get at the other side of that, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure, because when we look at how many hours, and I know how many hours go into these books, because you've got to understand, my team are employed, I pay their hours. Like, I know how many hours go into these books. For a book of your size, approximately 300 hours go into that. Now, that's 300 hours of very, very experienced people that have worked with the biggest publishing houses in the world. So they know what they're doing. What that looks like for somebody that's got no idea, and how that would translate on the other side of it, I don't know. And maybe you'll ace all of the things. I'm not saying that you won't, but what I would suggest is, if this is going to be the first impression, which it will for most, that you give of your brand, make it one that you want to be memorable. Because remembering for the fact that you really didn't put anything into this will subconsciously tell the person reading it, you sort of do things a bit slapdash. So I would rather you not do it than do it completely wrong. And other people may think different, better done than not done at all. But I think it's a real reputational thing here that we're dealing with. So I'm not saying you have to come to me, but get help from somewhere. Because which is why I ask for help in all of the other things that I don't know how to do. We've all got our own specialisms, right? And I think there's just things to do on the fly, and there's things not to, and your book is going to last outlast you. So you want it to be right.
Scary thought. Yeah. And I just want to say, like, and thank you so much for everyone who's supporting us so far. Commenting on this video, tagging people, going and buying the book, even if it's the Kindle version. It's 99p today, guys, with some amazing bonuses as well. If you just hop over to the little www dot at the bottom of the screen there. But really, I just want to say a massive thank you to you, Avi, again, for you and your team, because I honestly had no real idea what this whole process looked like until I kind of got into it. And I just can't imagine being here today now without your support. So thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Enjoy every second of your day. And I will obviously be sharing this, and your link can be found just about everywhere today with me. I've changed every link that I've got showing anywhere to make sure that it's for your book. So you'll find it easily on my profile as well.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Amazing. Right, I'm going to grab a quick cup of tea, guys, and I'm going to be back with you in 4 minutes. Let me just show you our schedule for the rest of today so you can choose when you want to come back and spend some time with us today. So at 10 o'clock, I'm going to be back here talking about which of the beliefs is it time for you to give back to step into wealth. That's going to be a half-an-hour session. Then we're going to have a break, and then I'll be back again at lunchtime talking about the 4 levels of wealth creation. Then I'll be back this afternoon talking about 4 common money disorders: overspending, oversaving, undercharging, and overworking. Then I'm going to be joined by 2 of my best friends, Caroline Strawson and Anna Parker Naples, talking about trauma and the impact that has on our relationship with money, and also behind the scenes of my audiobook journey as well. So really looking forward to seeing you throughout today. And thank you so much once again for all of your support. It's really, really appreciated. And I will see you back here at 10 o'clock. Hey guys, welcome back. I feel like today is just going to be an emotional mess. Oh, goodness me. Thank you so much for joining me live. Let me know in the comments whether you have been joining us so far this morning or whether this is the first time you've caught us. Just drop me a comment wherever you're listening to, whether this is on LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube, maybe. Thank you, Jayan. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very much just trusting in whatever happens today happens. We've got some topics and things lined up today, but to be honest with you, I think I'm just going to also go with the flow. And for those of you that are with us live, I would love to, in fact, I'm going to ask you, which chapter do you want me to go into some detail around today? Because there's so many aspects around money that go on to make a difference in terms of how we can step into that wealth, how we can step into being that wealthy woman. And this morning I was talking to Leona Burton and also Abigail Horn, who's the owner of the publishing company who has supported me through this whole process. And we were talking about, like, why is it that we have beliefs around money? You know, why is it that we often think that we need to wait until that role model appears? And a lot of what we're talking about here is borrowed beliefs. Like, a lot of the beliefs that we carry around money come from different influences, different people that have influenced us in our lives. And so I'm kind of curious actually to what you would like to learn more about today. And one of the things I thought would be useful is to talk about the different types of money beliefs. And is it time actually that we brought some awareness to those beliefs to then hand those back with love to whoever gave us those beliefs that may be stopping us from living the life that we deserve and that we desire for ourselves? So the chapter I kind of wanted to read through with you today, I'm not going to read it sort of line by line, but I wanted to go through with you about what are some of the biggest influences and what are some of the most common money beliefs and how we can use them to our advantage so that we can feel deserving to have money, keep hold of more money and spend money and grow money, but also how we can step into wealth. Because stepping into wealth for me is more than just money. Like, it's not about the money. It's really not. It's about stepping into a place where we can feel in alignment with who we are, with our sense of self. Because so often we give away so much of our power away to money. Like, do you find that? Let me know in the comments. Do you find that sometimes we give away so much of our decisions around how much money we have or wanting to create more money? Like, how many of you have felt like that desire that if I just have more money, everything will be fine? And I'm going to talk about the different wealth creation stages at lunchtime today, because I think that also part of stepping into wealth is about understanding where you are in that journey. Like, which part of the wealth creation stage are you at? So that rather than just focusing on everybody else, we can actually think about what do we need right now. And that's what I want to share with you today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about first of all, what are money beliefs? Where do they come from? Which of these money beliefs is it maybe time for us to think about? How is it serving us and how is it sabotaging us? It's those two sides of the coin. And how can that then help us to step into wealth? So I'm actually going to be referring to a couple of different chapters in the book. And let me just see whether I can hold on one sec. I'm just going to see if I can slightly change my layout. One sec. My team have put me all these really cool little banners and stuff around my screen. I'm just going to see if I can change. No, okay, I'm going to leave it as we are. Okay, so let me move back a little bit. Otherwise my face is really close to the screen. So if you haven't got the book yet, please just head over to the little link below. It's notaboutthemoney.co.uk. And you can get the ebook today only for 99 pence, or you can get the physical book. This is the physical book I've got here, obviously. And I'm going to be referring to chapter 12 in this session today, which is all about trauma and which of these beliefs is it time to give back. So I'm just going to start by reading you a little bit of this chapter. Okay, so many of you, by the way, have probably heard of trauma and are thinking, well, how does that impact on my relationship to money? Trauma isn't just about the big traumas. It's not just about things like war or abuse, the significant traumas, divorce, losing a loved one. Sure, these things can have a massive impact on our lives and therefore on our relationship to money. But it's also some of the smaller things and some of the things that you probably wouldn't even consider to be traumatic. COVID-19, for example, is trauma. It's an attack to the nervous system. And I want to share with you a little bit more about the significance of trauma, because this whole book has been written through a trauma-informed lens. That's what makes it so different to any other personal finance book. So let me read you a little snippet from the book. So this is chapter 12. And I just lost my mic there. So this is from the first section, which is the deserve section of the book. So we've got three sections to this book. All of these chapters here you can see are in the deserve section. Then we go into create, which is step 2, creating wealth. And then we go into growing wealth. Let me just turn that off. So I'm going to be reading you chapter 12. Okay. So this is about trauma and the 4 trauma responses. So there are 3 classic responses to fear: flight, fight, and freeze. When our brains perceive a threat, we automatically go into one of these 3 response modes. Now, from an evolutionary perspective, these responses have served us by enabling us to respond quickly and get to a place of safety. However, when trauma is involved, the threat never feels like it went away, and it leaves us stuck in stress response modes. So typically we become the person who seems to get maybe a bit anxious about even thinking about money, or the slightest glimpse of fight, or the highly anxious person who avoids family gatherings. That's the flight response. Or perhaps somebody who procrastinates and feels unable to make any financial decisions. That's when we go into freeze mode. Now, Pete Walker, who is a family therapist and complex post-traumatic stress disorder survivor, he coined a 4th state of trauma, which he called fawning. Now, this is something that perhaps you've never heard about. Many people have heard about the fight or flight response and the freeze response, but we've never come across this term fawning. Now, the way that he describes fawning is fawning types seek safety by merging with the wishes, needs, and demands of others. Just think about that for a moment. So people who fawn seek safety by merging with the wishes, needs, and demands of others. Now, I can definitely think about many times when I've used money to seek safety or love, and I spent money based on how I think I will receive more love. And I just want you to think about that for a moment. And just let me know in the comments, just give me a yes, if you can think of a time when you've used money in an attempt to perhaps, and you may not have ever even thought about this, in an attempt to feel more loved, maybe by buying a bigger car or something expensive, or buying a bigger house, buying more clothes, buying or working with a particular person because you think that that person would make you give that perception that you're validated or liked. Because often that fawning mentality is a trauma response in our quest to feel safe. So I'm going to continue with this chapter as you kind of think about this for yourselves. So what he also goes on to say is that, so fawning type seeks safety by merging with the wishes, needs, and demands of other people. And they act as if they unconsciously believe that the price of admission to any relationship is the forfeiture of all of their needs, rights, preferences, and boundaries. And about how to create strong boundaries for yourself. It's one of the ways that actually prevents people from moving up the wealth stages, because often we can maybe bring the money in, like that's not the problem, but it's holding on to that wealth, holding on to that level of wealth, holding on to that money that then causes us to self-sabotage. And that was definitely my experience in my 20s, where I had no problem earning the money, but I had massive challenges in holding on to that wealth. And that's what caused me to stay in recurring debt cycles that I talked about this morning. And that's this fawning response. So fawning is a trauma response, otherwise known as tend and befriend. It's more common in women, and it's more common when we feel unsafe or in a trauma-triggered state. And we go into a place of fawning, which is essentially people-pleasing. How many of you right now feel that you want to spend money at Christmas in an attempt to people please? How many of you have found that you've lowered your prices or not charged enough in your businesses because you want that client and you don't want anybody else to undercut you? And so you lower your prices or you discount your prices. How many of you have found that perhaps you have overgiven massively on your time, freely given away your time in the attempt to try and people please? How many of you have, for example, used money to spend on other people's needs and then feel some element of like frustration that you don't receive the same back? Like there's so many instances where this kind of people pleaser comes out to play, and it keeps us stuck. It keeps us stuck from deserving to have money, keeping hold of it, and then also growing it. So let me continue. I'm just reading chapter 12 here from the book. So when we people please, your brain is going into protection mode because its number one job is to keep you safe and to help you to survive. So when I was trapped in a cycle of hanging my money in my wardrobe with overspending, I now actually recognize that I was stuck in trauma. I was self-harming. I was trying to please myself and trying to please others in an attempt to feel safe. Remember that trauma is stored in the unconscious minds. Now, just on that note, I had a one-to-one session with a client yesterday, and we did some tapping, or EFT, which is emotional freedom technique. And it was so powerful because so many of these emotions we carry in our bodies: the shame, the guilt, the regret, the responsibility, the judgment, the anger, the resentment, all of these emotions we carry in our body somewhere. Often it's either in the stomach, it might be in the throat, it might be in the chest. And this has a massive impact on our own well-being, because for as long as we store that trauma in the body, it's always going to be there. So anytime we see something external, maybe someone posting about something on their social media, it triggers that trauma, it re-triggers that old pain, and it keeps us stuck in that feeling. And one of the things that EFT does is it actually taps away the trauma away from the body. So it's very somatic, which some people think, well, I've never even seen that connection. There's a massive connection between the mind and the body. And so in order for us to feel better about creating more money, is we need to get rid of all of the self-sabotaging emotions that are physically sitting in our energy field, sitting in our bodies, so that we can be more supportive of our own needs, our physical needs, as well as our emotional needs. And so what EFT is, it's essentially acupuncture, but it's without using needles, and you're using different points around the body to tap away that trauma. And yesterday with a client I was working with, we actually got right down to the fact that what was causing her difficulties with holding on to money was actually went right back to an experience where her parents used to argue around money. And without kind of giving away too much here, because this is her story, the issue was that money was used as a weapon. It was used as a weapon to manipulate others. And it also caused, in her perception, was that it caused the breakup in her parents' relationship. So, of course, why would she want more money? Why would she want to keep hold of that money that she was generating in her business? And I'm talking about significant wealth. She's generating 30 to 50,000 a month in revenue, but literally getting rid of it as quickly as it comes in. Because, of course, why would she want to keep hold of it when her perception is that money is used to split up people, and very important people in her relationship? And so what we did is we used this tapping process to get rid of those traumas away from her body. And then we use something called matrix re-imprinting, which is where we actually reprint a new belief into that experience. It's really powerful. It's very much working with energy fields, which is something I don't really talk very much about on the podcast or on my social media channels. But it's another level of financial therapy where we can actually help to understand what our beliefs are around money and then actually clear them away from the body. So let me continue with this chapter. So remember, Stormer is stored in the unconscious mind. There may be things that have happened, experiences, messages, stories that we heard around money that are stored in our unconscious mind. And as adults, we often are drawn to relationships that feel comfortable. And the brain therefore perceives that in order to feel safe, we should be the people pleaser. And so everybody who has experienced trauma or abuse will people please in order to feel safe. For example, saying yes to too many things. How many of you can resonate with that one? Just give me a yes in the comments if you resonate with any of these. Avoiding financial conflicts in relationships. How many of you find that there's some conflicts when you're having conversations around money? And there's a whole chapter in this book where I share my own strong model, STRONG, my own strong model to help you to formulate better conversations at home around money. It's actually one of the chapters that we've had the most feedback on from our early testimonials. So that's one for you to have a look at if that's an area that's causing conflict for you. Or the other area is maybe overgiving to the detriment of your own needs. So perhaps your boundaries get dropped and you get to the end of the week and quite frankly, you're exhausted for looking after everybody else and you haven't made time for self-care. Or overgive. How many of you have found, for example, that you do typically overgive on your time? Or undervaluing or undercharging? How many of you have found that you are undercharging and you know you're undercharging, but you just find it really difficult to think about raising your prices? You know, how many of you can resonate with that? This is the people pleaser. It's essentially this fawning, which is a psychological disorder where we are using money in an attempt to people please, in an attempt to essentially feel loved. So let me continue with this chapter. So we've been taught as women that we don't have direct access to power and need to develop very good manipulation skills in order to access it. Or we need to put on that masculine suit so that we can step into masculine power. Many women have moved into a very masculine energy to try and create a historic shift and have lost contact with the empowered feminine energy. When we operate from an over masculine energy with our finances, it can show up in scenarios like these. Number one, wanting to be in charge or in control of money. We have a whole chapter that's called It's Not About Getting in Control of Money, which is curious, right? Because when we try and have control over something, we're trying to control something, we're trying to manipulate something. And actually, what would be possible if we let that control go and just stepped into a place of empowerment and trust? That has been one of the biggest game changers for me in terms of building my wealth and being able to hold on to more of it, is stepping into more of a place of trust and less control. The other ways it can show up when we try and step into this more masculine energy is that we end up thriving off of adrenaline and being in constant like launch mode to make more money, perhaps never feeling like it's enough. So I work with hundreds of entrepreneurs who are making really good money, but they still feel like it's not enough. And let me know if you can resonate with this. I had a conversation literally just the other day with a friend who is making significant amounts of money, but still feels like it's never enough. And we talked about some of the tools and the templates that are in the book to help her to feel like that she had enough. The other way that this can show up is that we feel the need to be financially independent and to survive alone. Now, this links into the whole concept that around things like financial abuse and the importance of that need to be financially independent. And I'm a massive believer that everybody should have access to their own money, not just joint accounts, but their own money. And actually, we should be a little bit curious, could be a bit of a red flag if people don't, because that could mean that there could be some coercive manipulation going on, some narcissistic control, even financial abuse. And I think that myself and my husband have a joint account, don't get me wrong, but we also have our own access to our own money. And I think that's really important from a financial independence perspective, is to have your own money and access to your own money. The other reason that's really important is because from a healthy relationship perspective, and my apologies, my browser keeps popping up some weird message and saying that my mic keeps cutting out. So my apologies for that. But the other reason is that if anything was to happen to either one of you, even if it was just a short-term illness or something, if you don't have access to the finances, then it could cause all sorts of little problems. So I always think it's a good idea to have access to your own pots of money. So those are kind of some of the scenarios that show up when we feel like we have to step into this masculine energy. And I'm really curious to this because when I interviewed Anne Bowden, who's the CEO of Starling Bank, on our podcast a few weeks ago, we were talking about just this. And we were talking about how the way that women are communicated around money is so different to men. And even the images that are used with women having money compared to men is so vastly different. And that has a massive impact on our beliefs around money. A belief that maybe only men can bring the wealth into the household. The belief that perhaps that women are great at budgeting and being frugal, but not great at making investment decisions, for example. We need to start changing the language, the narratives, the images that we are using on social media. This is why there's a picture of me on the book. It's why we've got various case studies in the book of ordinary women creating wealth, because we need to normalize this conversation. Give me a yes in the comments if you're ready to normalize the conversation around money, to normalize the fact that wealth creation is possible for every single person on the planet. If we're going to help the disenfranchised people around money and wealth creation, we need to be talking about the way that media is communicated to women, the stories that are shared. I was having a conversation with a very well-known newspaper just last week, and I was challenging them around, why are you talking about this, only this? Why are you only talking about budgeting for women? Why are you not talking about investing conversations? Why are you using imagery that gives the perception that women are overspenders? We need to normalize these conversations. Hell yes, Jayan. And of any age, 100%. Often people come to me and say, well, it's too late. I've left it too late. It's never too late for you to step into wealth. It's never too late, because it's not about the money. It's about the feeling. It's about the feeling of safety and security around money. It's never about the money, and it's never too late to get started. Quite frankly, like people in all generations, we weren't talked about, we weren't taught about money. So why would it ever be too late? Okay, so let me carry on. Let me talk a little bit about what happens when we get into more feminine energy, high feminine energy. Now, I know this is you might think this is a bit woo-woo. This isn't for me. I'm not talking about the woo-woo stuff here. I'm just talking about our energy, how we show up, how we communicate around money. So as women, if we go into too much of a high feminine energy around money, then sometimes we can take quite a passive response to money, like quite carefree. How many of you feel maybe you have quite a carefree relationship with money? Or we react based on like reactions rather than being proactive. So we're reactive rather than proactive with our financial decisions. I think that's a massive one. Probably one of the biggest ones, again, around money beliefs, that we don't like to be proactive. We just like to respond to things as and when they happen. Like, for example, you'll suddenly look at your bank account and think, oh God, where's all my money gone this month? And not really knowing where it's gone. Like, that was definitely me through most of my 20s. I just didn't have any awareness whatsoever of where I was spending money. And I think that so many people resonate with this. And I know you may not want to comment and say that, right? But I'd really encourage you to think about, if you're being reactive rather than proactive, that may be because of the way that we're showing up, the way that we feel around money. Or we become quite submissive, where we're very happy for somebody else to make the decisions. And that may be your partner, for example. It may be your partner is a man and you feel you make the investment decisions because I have no idea how to make those decisions and I'll just deal with the household money. And often that can come because we don't know how to get started investing. And then the other way that this shows up is that we get quite needy of permission from other people. Again, this was a big one for me, and a big one for one of my recent clients, is that we feel that we just need someone to tell us and to give us that permission before we can make a decision. And that might just be a friend, it might be a mentor, it might be a colleague, it might be a business partner. And when they say, no, it's okay, you can do this, then you're fine. But it's that permission seeking energy, that permission seeking mindset that we step into. So let me continue. So to be truly empowered around wealth, we need to access both the masculine and the feminine energy. We need to show money that we're confident. We can have some confidence in making decisions and to manage it effectively. Now, I'm going to skip a little bit of this chapter and I'm just going to read a little case study, a little story. And this story comes from one of my clients. What have you said there, Jay? Yeah, even too early worries. Yeah, I'm too young. Yeah, absolutely. It could be that, not that it's too late, I've left it too late, but it's never too early. Absolutely never too early. And I know a few people have already emailed us in today to say that they've just bought like 25 copies of the book to get some of our bonuses, but also to share those out to teenagers. We had one person email us this morning saying they've just bought a box full to share with their school, which I think is an amazing gift to give to any young woman about learning some of the practical steps of money management, but also some of the emotional side of money too. So thank you so much for all of your support so far, guys. So let me read you a little story. So this is Sue's story. So Sue came to me feeling inconsistent around money and fearful about her future. She talked about having a weight of responsibility on her shoulders whilst not bringing significant financial value to the family. Money felt hard. Her father had brought in the money when she was growing up, and her mother came from a background of not enoughness. And Sue began to explore the language used in her household growing up. Her father used to say, "You have to make your own way and you won't get any inheritance." So from the age of 6, Sue's beliefs that her brain took as truth were linked to having to work hard to have enough money. And subsequently, she worked like a trooper for a corporate organization. She disliked the CEO, who was constantly operating in high masculine energy, and she had a long-term desire to work for herself. Replicating her father's relationship with money, Sue found it easier to give than to receive. She discovered that she was continuing this behavior around money in an attempt to get his approval. She believed that whenever someone gave her money, there were strings attached. It also came up that she was resistant to switching her bank account because it was opened by her nan and her mum, who was very unwell at the time that we worked together. The emotion that she therefore attached to her bank account was preventing her from moving forward, from moving it to another bank, despite the logic of knowing that doing so would help her. Sue began to focus on her own financial choices, and with love, she gave back the beliefs that she'd learned from her father, that money was hard to receive, but easy to give, and took on the beliefs that her nan gave her 6-year-old self in order to feel empowered to take action towards transforming her relationship with money. As a consequence, she negotiated a 28% pay rise at work, became debt-free, and improved in conversations at home with her partner and her children. What a woman, eh? What an interesting story. And literally just with 6 coaching sessions with Sue, we were able to help her to have better conversations at home around money, but also to help her to recognize that core money belief. Did you hear that in that story? Let me know what you heard in that story. What was that belief that Sue was holding on to that was actually stopping her from getting out of debt, stopping her from living the life that she really wanted? You know, there was a couple of core beliefs in there. And some of those core beliefs about, you know, having to work hard to receive is easy, and it's easy to give. Replicating her father's relationship with money. So she found it easier to give than to receive. So she would literally give her money away for everybody else's needs and get into debt cycles. And it was a massive light bulb for Sue to just be aware how that belief had supported her, but also how it has sabotaged her. And there's some really great exercises in this book that will really help you to bring awareness to, well, what are the money beliefs that you're carrying that are supporting you? And what are the money beliefs that it's time for you to pass back with love, of course, to help you to step into wealth? And so there's some chapters in here. Let me just show you what's going to be in this book when you get this, guys. So there's a chapter in here around, let me find the right one for you. There's one that actually gets you to draw out a family tree around some of the beliefs that came up around money. There's also some really deep journaling questions in here for you to think about your levels of enoughness. So how do you know how much you need to have in order to feel safe and in order to feel secure and in order to start climbing up those wealth creation stages for you to have that financial freedom for yourselves? There's some exercises in here about carried emotions and borrowed beliefs. That's one of my favorites. There's also some exercises in here that talk about your financial motivators, whether you're being driven towards pleasure or away from pain with your financial goals. There's also some information in here about what I call the fridge freezer larder concept, which I may share this afternoon, actually. It's a really fun way of looking at where do you store money in order to work your way through those wealth creation stages. And as I mentioned, there's 3 chapters here around financial conflict. So typically Christmas time is the one time of the year when people argue around money. And so we have a chapter that's called Financial Conflict. Why does it happen? Navigating money in a relationship. And then I share my strong model in order for you to build more financial trust in your relationships. And honestly, when me and my husband first met, we had completely polar opposite relationships to money. He was ironically the planner, and I was very spontaneous. And so when we talked about money, there was conflict. Like, we would not fight around money, but we would like have differing opinions on where we should put our money. And I think that this is a really interesting and very important subject to think about. How can we improve the relationship, not just with ourselves, but with our partners as well? And I might share a little bit of that later on this afternoon. So I hope you enjoyed that session, just getting you curious to how actually trauma has an impact on our relationship with money, and how that has an impact on the money beliefs that we have stored right the way from the ages of 5, 6, 7 years old. And because that's when our relationship with money begins. Like, it's really quite interesting, isn't it, to think about what messages did you hear about money at that age? And what was the perception or the meaning, therefore, that you attached to money that now drives all the behaviors that you have specifically today around money? So let me just share with you what we've got coming up next, guys. Let me go back to our little agenda today. So far today, I've been talking early this morning about how I went from 30,000 in debt to now running a successful business. We spoke to Leona Burton, who is the founder of MIB International Mums in Business International, a wonderful, wonderful woman who has created an amazing business, financially very successful, but not with the typical, what I see in the online space at the moment of high premium prices, and actually how to show up on social media. So that we had a great conversation this morning with Leona Burton. The next session we've got is I will be back here at 12 o'clock talking about the 4 levels of wealth creation. And I want you to have a pen and paper handy for that session, because I want to go through with you each of those 4 stages, which is in the early section of my book. And I want you to think about, which stage are you at and how can you climb to the next level of wealth creation? So that's at 12 o'clock today. I'm then going to be taking another break and coming back at 3 o'clock to talk about the 4 common money disorders: overspending, oversaving, undercharging, and overworking. I'm going to talk about how you can start to navigate your way around some of those money disorders. And then I'm joined by my very good friend, Caroline Strawson, talking about trauma and how this impacts on our relationship with money. So more on that this afternoon. And also I'm joined by Anna Parker Naples, who's helped me to get my book out into the audio space. So some of you may can see on the book bonus page that we have today. Let me just come back on the screen. Let me figure out how to do this. There we go. So many of you will have noticed that today, if you decide to buy the book today, you can literally get this for 99p today on Kindle. And the more Kindles we sell today, the more we can get our book into the Amazon charts. And I would absolutely love your support, guys, today. If you can spare 99 pence to just buy the Kindle version, this will really help us to get up the charts today on Amazon. And I would love to get into some of the bestseller categories today with your support. And that helps this book to get in front of more and more people who use that word Google to type in money into Amazon. It will bring our book up in the top ranks there. Now, you'll notice that if you visit this little website on the link below, you have access to some bonuses. So if you do want to buy the physical book as well, we've put in some amazing bonuses, including some VIP days with me over in Jersey, where I now live in the Channel Islands, and access to the audio version of this book. So it's not on Audible yet. It won't be until next year. But we will actually send you the audio version of the book if you buy 5 paperback copies from us today. So share those with your friends, share them with your team, share them with friends, neighbors, teenage children, anyone who you think this would be really supportive for them. So thank you so much for all of your support today. I will be back with you in just over an hour's time. Have a pen and paper handy, and we're going to talk about the 4 levels of wealth creation from the first part of the book. Thank you once again, and I will see you later. Hey guys, welcome back to our celebrations today. My 40th, I'm kind of ignoring that, and the launch of my very first book, It's Not About the Money. My apologies for being a few minutes late. We were trying to multitask and stream into another group, and tech is just not on our side today. So my apologies for being a couple of minutes late. So first of all, welcome to our little 12 o'clock session. And let me just change my little background here, because I want to talk to you today about the 4 levels of wealth creation. But before we do that, just give me a little hey in the comments. Let me know where you're watching from. Are you watching from YouTube or LinkedIn or Facebook? Just give me a little message in the bottom. It also really helps, I'll be really honest, it helps our algorithms because the more comments we get on our videos, the more people see them and the more possibility we have of making more book sales today so that we can get into the Amazon best-selling charts. So I would absolutely be delighted if you could support us in that goal today, and just drop me a little comment, even if it's a hey, or just let me know which platform you're watching us from today. It's also interesting and curious to see like which platforms you're using the most right now. I'm actually going to be on Clubhouse at 7 a.m. tomorrow, and Clubhouse was a platform that I used to use loads in the summer, and then it just got really crazy. And I haven't been back on since, so I'm quite looking forward to being back on Clubhouse tomorrow. So just drop me a message in the comments and let me know where you're listening to this today. So first of all, just to tell you a little bit about the book itself. So this book has been in the making now for about 18 months. And when I sat down to write this book, I really wanted to share with as many people as possible the stages that I went through in order to move myself from this place of like not feeling deserving to have money to actually keeping hold of more money, because my issue was overspending in my 20s, and then actually looking to grow wealth. And wealth for me is very much about more than the money. Like, it's not about the money, right? And the book that I have written is essentially built around how we can look at wealth creation through the lens of trauma and through the 2 sides of money. If we think of money on a coin, it's both the emotional side and the practical side of money. So in the book, you'll find that there are 3 distinct phases. We've got the first stage, which is called deserve. This is our ability to feel deserving of having money. Then we go into the create section, which is very much about our ability to hold on to more money and some of the practical aspects of managing money. And then we go into the third stage, which is all about creating money and creating wealth, that kind of legacy planning, that visualizing our financial futures. And the book is very practical, but it's also very emotional. Like, there's lots of stories in here. There are, and not just my stories from clients that we've worked with all over the world over the last 5 years. And my hope and desire for this book is that we can get this into the hands of as many women as possible. Although we've had a bunch of guys messaging us today going, I've also bought it, I want to be a wealthy woman. This is for teenage girls. This is for women of all ages in their 20s, 30s, 40s and beyond, to really help you to feel empowered, not disempowered around money. And so what I thought I would do right now for our kind of little lunchtime slot is to just share with you one of the early sections of the book. And let me just open this section for you here. This is all about the levels of wealth creation. Now, the reason that this is so important is because there's no one step. There's no one cookie cutter approach when it comes to managing our personal finances. And I think one of the first things that we can do and gift to ourselves is the ability to actually take a step back and think about, where are you on the wealth creation journey? And therefore, what are the next steps for you based on the level of wealth creation that you are currently at? Okay, so who's ready to hear those 4 levels of wealth creation? Just give me a little yes in the comments. Okay. So I'm literally just going to read through this little chapter in the book. It's only 4 or 5 pages long. So, and make some notes as you go through this. Like, let me know which level, just have a think about as we go through this, which level of wealth creation stage are you at? Okay. So wealth, when grown emotionally and practically, can be done with 4 levels of wealth creation in mind. Now, one way of looking at this is through the lens of something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Some of you may be very familiar with this concept, but Maslow was a Middle Eastern writer, and he essentially talked about wealth or our well-being being centered around 4 main areas. And he actually also determines, determine is the wrong word, like he, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the way that he described the word wealth was that wealth means happiness and prosperity in abundance of possessions or riches. Now, that's an interesting one for me, because happiness is not always linked to the amount of money that we have or don't have, but yet we give away so much of our power to creating more happiness by having more money. We think that having more money will create more happiness. And it really isn't just about how much money we have. Sure, money will provide us with safety and a roof over our heads and security and all of those things, but it doesn't provide intrinsic happiness and intrinsic motivation. And so I've gone on to talk in my chapter here about, it's about how we feel as much as what we do. It's about our well-being. And when we're stressed about money, we end up actually getting stressed in every other area of our life. Have you ever noticed that? When money becomes a challenge, suddenly every area of our life becomes a challenge, and vice versa. So taking wealth in its purest form is about focusing on the range of your well-being. So the 4 levels that I want you to think about, the first one is what we call financial insecurity. I'm going to talk through the levels first, then I'm going to explain what each of them mean. So the first level is financial insecurity. The second level is financial security. The third level is financial growth. And the 4th level is financial freedom. And if you want to, like, let me show you the little diagram in the book. If you want to draw that out in like a little triangle in those 4 different stages. So number 1, financial insecurity. Number 2, financial security. Number 3, financial growth. Number 4, financial freedom. Now, the circle that sits around all of those different wealth creation stages are our thoughts, our habits, and our beliefs around money. Okay. And let me just read through some of these stages for you. So the first stage, financial insecurity, is what Maslow refers to as psychological needs. So this represents the basic needs that we require in order to survive. And so therefore, people who financially are in a place of complete disenfranchisement, where they can't even afford to pay for their bills, for example, their psychological and basic needs are the most imperative needs to be met first in those wealth creation stages. There is no point in them looking and seeking for financial freedom when clearly they need to get a roof over their head, they need to have water, they need to have food, they need to have their psychological needs met. And I also think a big part of this comes into the concept of financial trauma and financial abuse. Because when we're in situations when we're not safe, such as financial abuse, then our psychological needs are not being met. And therefore, what we need to do at that stage is very, very different to when we're in a place of safety and belongingness. Now, actually, 10% of all the proceeds that we make from our book this month are going towards a local charity in Jersey. And it's called the Jersey Women's Refuge. And I heard them speak last month when I moved over here. And they just blew me away with the statistics around the number of women that are stuck in financial abusive situations because of domestic violence. And the reason I mention that is that I'm also a qualified financial abuse specialist, and this is an area that I feel particularly motivated to help to support some change with around the world. I'm actually going out to Necker Island in September to speak with Richard Branson directly about some of the change that we can create around that specific area. But nonetheless, going back to these wealth creation stages, if our basic needs are not being met, the action that we need to take for that specific stage is going to be very, very different. And really the priority is about survival. Now, what's interesting about this mindset of survival is that there's a lot of people, including myself, and I used to have this relationship with money, where everything was about survival and being stuck in, quite frankly, a scarcity mindset. And so my belief was that because money was hard to come by, because you had to work hard to make money, is that when I made money, it would literally disappear as quickly as it came. And therefore, my belief was that I didn't want to have money because I felt that rich people were greedy and that rich people were not very nice. And I had plenty of evidence around me to support that belief. And this is what happens with wealth creation, is that these beliefs, these narratives, these stories that we've grown up around that have influenced our relationship with money keep us stuck at different stages of that wealth creation journey, and may actually keep us stuck in that first stage of insecurity and instability. And if you're stuck mentally in that space of insecurity and instability, then we can still make money towards financial freedom, but never go up the wealth creation stages because our mindset's keeping us stuck at the earlier stages. Does this make sense? Just give me a little yes in the comments and let me know if this is making sense. So we have to think about it from a practical perspective. Do we have enough money for our basic needs? Yes or no? But then we have to think that what sits around that little circle here, is if we haven't got the right habits and thoughts and beliefs to support that, then we're always going to stay stuck in that stage. Does that make sense? Okay, so once our basic needs have been met psychologically and practically, then the second stage is about financial security. Now, for me, this is probably the one step that people try and skip the most, because we all want financial freedom. We all want time freedom. We all want more time with our families, less time in our businesses, more time with our families. And we often skip that stage of financial security, and therefore we don't think about our financial reserves, if you like how much money do we have in our financial security funds, that if something was to happen, that we would be financially secure and safe. And when we don't have those reserves, it creates this psychological feeling of not enoughness, because then we think, oh, well, there's always that fear there, that what happens if I lose my job? What happens if COVID hits? What happens if I don't have enough clients coming in this month? Creates all these fears and phobias. And so a big part of financial security is definitely about creating financial security funds for yourself. What could threaten that security? Maybe even considering things like protecting your income or protecting your life for yourself and for your family, protecting yourself if you were to be diagnosed with a serious illness, for example. But it's more than that. It's more than those practical things. It's also then about how do we create that feeling of security with our minds, our mindset, with those stories, those beliefs, those narratives. Now, many of those stories and beliefs are unconscious. And so the only way we're going to be able to put that little wrapper around those stages, like here in this picture here, is to really explore that relationship with money. And that's what the whole of this first section of this book will really help you to do. So that's the second stage. The third stage then is about financial growth. And this aligns with Maslow's love and belonging stage. So once we've made it past survival and past scarcity mindset, not enoughness mindset, this feeling of never having enough money, and we move into this position of security and stability, both mentally and practically, Then we move into financial growth. And this is about using money to create more time freedom. Because time freedom is the one thing we don't chase enough of. I really believe that. A lot of people chase more money because they think more money will create more time, which, yes, it does to a degree. If you have more money, you can employ more staff, you can outsource those tasks to free up your time. But also, it's time freedom is also about the quality of life that you choose to live. And it's also about using money to fulfill relationships in your communities, with your families, with your network. And then that creates this feeling of esteem and belongingness and connection, which I think a lot of us are still hungry for after, COVID and, the possibility of more COVID stuff coming in recently. People are wanting that connection more and more and more. And so when we think about these levels of wealth creation, they're not linear. So you don't start at stage 1 and then go to stage 2 and then go to stage 3 and then go to stage 4. There's many layers that sit between these things. And from a mindset perspective, like I've definitely experienced going from being £30,000 worth in debt 10 years ago to having multiple 6-figure revenues in my business, I've found it challenging to up-level my mindset, to actually believe that I deserve to make that money, keep hold of it, and then use it to grow the business, use it to grow the impact projects that we're trying to create around the world. So I think it's a constant kind of commitment to ourselves that we have to go through those levels of wealth creation stages in a round circle kind of way rather than a linear way. It's not like we do this, then we do this, then we do this. We have to keep reviewing all the time those different levels of wealth creation, the different types of ways that we can create wealth, the different methodologies, the different steps that we need to take around each of those areas. And also, more money brings more challenges, right? Because then we have to think about our investment options, for example, become a bit more complicated when perhaps we're paying higher taxes, or we've got bigger needs or bigger things that we want to fulfill in the world. So it's never a linear journey, those wealth creation stages. So I just want to leave you with a little question. Which stage do you feel you're at right now? And what's motivating you to either stay where you are or progress up to the next level? Because if your goals for 2022 are more focused on how much money you're making rather than the value or the purpose at which you're going to use that money, then you've got a much better chance of actually sticking to your financial goals for next year. And if you want some extra support with that, there are tons and tons and tons of very, very practical exercises in this book for you to get your teeth stuck into over Christmas. So I'm going to leave you with that little session today. I'm going to be back with you very shortly, but I just wanted to say again, a massive thank you to everybody today for supporting us. We have got some incredible bonuses available if you decide to buy the book today. You can go and get it on Kindle for just 99p on Amazon right now. Make sure you get the book through our link, which is itsnotaboutthemoney.co.uk, because you'll have some access to some special bonuses on there. And also, if you decide to buy the physical copy, we've got some incredible bonuses, including spending a whole day with me in a small group to really go through the next practical stages for you to move forward in your wealth creation journey. And then we also have some very special bonuses for people who want to support us in a bigger way, where we would actually invite you to come over to Jersey and spend the day together. There's a real power, I think, in bringing women together to learn about money, and I feel very honored to be well equipped in the areas of financial trauma and also in the practical stages with my expertise as being a financial advisor. So I really want to support you guys as much as possible for 2022. You also will get access, if you buy 5 of our books, you'll get access to our 3-day workshop, which we're running in January. Great time of the year to be looking at your wealth creation stages and stepping into being that wealthy woman. And you get free access to that 3-day event at the end of the year as well. So go and have a look at all the bonuses over there. It's notaboutthemoney.co.uk. And I will be back. Let me just go into my little schedule. I will be back here. Let me just go and show you guys. So I will be back at 3 o'clock today. I may actually nip in with a guest expert a little bit earlier. I'm just waiting to firm up some times. But other than that, I will see you guys back here at 3 o'clock today. And I'll be talking about 4 of the most common money disorders: overspending, oversaving, undercharging, and overworking. We'll be talking about those 4 money disorders at 3 p.m. UK time today. If you're watching this somewhere in between, I would just love if you could tag anyone that you know or share this onto your social media. It'll be really, really appreciative of getting this work out to as many people as possible. And then later this evening, I'll be joined by 2 of my very good friends, Caroline Strawson, talking about the trauma relationship that we have with money, and also behind the scenes of what it's like to record a book on Audible. So the book is actually available. We've had lots of questions coming in about this. The book will be available on Audible, but not until next year. So if you do like to listen to books, then we are actually giving people early access to the audio version if you can support us by buying 5 of our books today. Maybe you could give those to a friends or children in your family over Christmas, or maybe gifts to your clients or to your team members. So we will give you, in exchange for that, we'll give you access to the 3-day workshop for free for January. That's all online. And then we will also give you access to the audio version as well. So you can listening to that over Christmas before it gets on Audible next year. So thank you so much again for supporting me. And I will see you all at 3 o'clock. Have a wicked lunchtime. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome back. It's been so much fun navigating around StreamYard today. Like my team have set me up with like 12 banners, all with different timings of what's going on, and I'm actually quite proud of myself. I've managed to navigate the whole tech side. Oh goodness me. So if you're watching live right now, whether that's on YouTube or Facebook or LinkedIn, just give me a little hey in the comments. Let me know who I'm chatting to this afternoon. And I just wanted to say, just while I'm waiting for people to come on, thank you so much for all of your support so far today. I've just literally been completely blown away by all the messages, all the emails that my team have been like dropping me messages about. Just absolutely, yeah, like just blown over. I really can't thank you enough. And just double celebrations really today, because it's my 40th today. I have some really cool funky glasses. Do you want to see them? Ready? It's my birthday today, so I'm going out this evening with the boys and my family to celebrate, and then I'm actually over in London again this weekend to see my mum and my elder sister. So yeah, I'm very, very excited. Oh, hey Jay. Hey Jayanne, lovely to see you. And I've got some news to share with you. Do you want to hear where we're at in the Amazon charts so far? Which I'm going to share with you where we're at. But I'm also going to share with you my reaction when my team asked me how I felt about it. Okay. So I had a message. In fact, my phone's just pinged again. Let me just check and see whether. Okay. So far, thanks to all of your amazingness in supporting our book, we have actually already hit 6 of the top Amazon charts already for paperback and Kindle. And like, it's nuts when you look at it, like being next to the likes of Think and Grow Rich and Rich Dad Poor Dad, like legendary books around personal finance. So that's pretty cool, but that's all thanks down to you guys. So a massive, massive thank you so much for your support. Now, me and my team jumped on Zoom about 1:30 when we had this news, and they were like, oh, amazing, how do you feel about it? And I was like, yeah, it's cool, like it's pretty cool. I was like, but you know what will make the biggest difference is when all these people that are buying books actually start to read it and start to share messages with us about how it's helping them. That will mean more to me than anything else. Oh, thank you, Linda. And, you know, it's obviously very cool to get into Amazon bestsellers. It really is. I love your logo, by the way, Linda. Every time I see it, it's just amazing. And your 2 little ones are so gorgeous. So it does mean a lot. But in reality, what means the most is just getting the messages from you. So if you have bought the book today, I'd love to hear from you once you've read all of it or some of it. It's quite a big book, so it might take you a while to read. Because I just love hearing some of the stories and some of the messages we've already had from people that have read the book. We had one lady called Angela Little, and she said, this is a lady who we actually sent a copy out to a couple of weeks ago. And she said that she's really surprised herself at how much I learned from it. It's a go-to place for all the resources that anyone would need, not just to learn about wealth, but the practical steps about money, life, and so much more. The book is jam-packed with wonderful stories to make it all make sense, together with loads of activities and actionable tools. And then we had a message in from a lady called Anne, and she was saying that there's so much in there that as a 50-year-old woman, I can work with, and I know that it will bring value to my life. And I think that's the thing, is that no matter how old you are, it's never too late. It's never too late to become a grown-up with money and be proactive rather than reactive, and to become that wealthy woman that you deserve to be. So I'm really, really excited. There's a whole bunch of testimonials that we've had through. So thank you so much for everyone's support. I also just wanted to share with you. So for those of you that follow me as well, will know how much I love cherry blossoms. And it was one of the things that when I sat down to write a wealth desires list, which is an activity that we share how to go about doing that in the book. And for about the last 2 years, I've been noticing this beautiful, like shabby chic cherry blossom tree picture online. And I haven't bought it, and I've been tempted to from time to time. And my boys bought it for me for my birthday. So that was very, very cool. What else? A few of you have been asking me what else did I get for my birthday. So I had these earrings from, let's see if you can see. From my sister-in-law. I've had like a new dressing gown. That's the real sign of being 40, isn't it? A new dressing gown. But it's a really snuggly, lovely one from my mother-in-law and father-in-law. I know my mum's got something really special planned for me this weekend, and they've been sending me. So my stepdad, I don't know whether you can see this. Let me see if I can show you. He sent me a video clip of when I was like probably about 9 years old. Let me see if you can see this. Can you see this? Guess which one's me? The one in the purple t-shirt. And that's my twin brother, Chris, who was doing like the Egyptian moves. There, see if you can spot him. Watch this little man on the end. Ready? So that's me with my older brother, my twin brother, and then my stepbrother and stepsister all on holiday. And yeah, I think I must have been eight years old there. And so I'm really hoping that my mum's done me like this like video, because when she said like, what do you want for your 40th? I was like, I just want something keepsakey, like something that I can keep and just treasure. So I'm really hoping that that's what they've done. And that's the reason why they got out all the old family videos. So I'm really excited to go over to London this weekend. I'm actually meeting some of my community on Friday night in London, and then Saturday I'm going to see the Tina Turner Story. Has anyone seen that yet? I'm going to see the Tina Turner Story, and then Saturday night going down to my mum's, and then Sunday meeting up for breakfast with some of my other girlfriends. So it's going to be an amazing weekend. Yeah, better way to snuggle up with my book. Do you know, I've got so many books I've ordered in the last couple of weeks to support other people, actually, that I really want to get stuck into over Christmas. So Linda said, I can't wait for my paper copies to arrive. I had to order a Kindle version so that I can get started. Love that, Linda. Thank you so much. I've eaten way too many chocolate raisins and now they're repeating on me. So what I want to do, let me just bring up my little banner. Oh, sorry, my StreamYard keeps losing my mic. Sorry about that. So let's go into my little banner. So I wanted to talk about this in this particular session. I wanted to talk about how to overcome the 4 common money disorders. Now, this term money disorders comes from, or the first time I came across this term money disorders was from financial psychology. Now, I'm in a kind of mastermind environment with a gentleman called Brad Klontz, who is a financial psychologist in the US, him and his dad, Ted. And every month we get together and we learn something new about financial psychology. And there's some like amazing experts in this room. And this term, money disorders, I think was actually badged by Brad Klontz. And I've written about some specific money behaviors in my book. And I wanted to kind of just share what some of those 4 common money disorders are, and then what you can do about them, because these are the 4 most common disorders that I see in the work with clients. And when I say disorders, by the way, most people are like, oh, that's a bad thing. Like a money disorder must be a negative thing. And it's really not, because money disorders can actually support us. They can keep us safe, and they can also really support us. So for example, in my 20s and in my teens, I used to be an overspender, which is a money disorder. It's being an enabler, a people pleaser. And essentially, I could have just seen that as a disorder. But actually it really served me because it meant I could take risks. It meant I could make quite quick decisions. It meant I could invest in the stock market and not worry about it too much. And I'm very spontaneous, so I can do lots of things very spontaneously, which really supports me in my business particularly. So when we say money disorders, don't necessarily think about the negative stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let me just turn my phone off so it doesn't ping in the background. I'm just going to actually read another section of the book out for you today. And if you've been following the podcast this week, you would have heard me reading some of the chapters, some of the early chapters in the book, just to give you a bit of a taster as to what kind of content you can expect from it. And so I thought today I would actually just read you a little section of the book. And I'm going to start with overspending and oversaving. Now, in this book, there are two bunch of resources. One which takes all of the activities from the book and we put it all into an online portal, which you get complete free access to. And so some of these exercises are in there. And there's also a money assessment in there. And that will really help you to think about what is the particular like superpower that you have with money and how can you balance that out with something that's going to be more supportive for you to move forward with your relationship with money. Okay, so I'm going to start with this chapter here, which is overspending and oversaving. Okay, and what I'm going to do is give me a little hey in the comments if you're watching live. I'm just going to stream this onto my Instagram and say hi to the guys over there. 1 second. Okay. Great stuff. So I'm now live streaming on Instagram. Hey, Instagram followers. I'm live streaming on LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. Pretty much everywhere. So hey to my Instagram followers over here. I just wanted to actually talk about how to overcome the 4 common money disorders, which in my book, I talk about overspending, oversaving, and then we talk about 2 others, which are overworking and under-earning. So I wanted to share some little snippets from the book today with you to just give you some encouragement really about how we can really step into a place of financial empowerment. And don't just see these as like money disorders. I want you to really think about how these have supported you and how they sabotaged you. Like imagine like a coin, and we're going to be talking about both sides of the coin, how they've supported you and how they've sabotaged you. Because in reality, we can know everything there is to know about money, right? But if we're not working on our relationship with money, our money mindset, our behaviors and our habits and beliefs around money, then we can know everything there is to know about money from a practical perspective and still not be in the position we want to be. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. That's exactly what's in my book. And it's very much looking at money through a trauma-informed lens. Now, for those of you that are interested in money trauma, I have a special guest coming on to my live stream later on today, Caroline Strawson, and we're going to be talking about the impact that trauma can have on our relationship with money. So make sure you dial in a little later. That's going to be let me just give you the time. That's going to be, let me go to my little schedule here. That's going to be at 4:30 today. And then at 5 p.m, I've got Anna Parker Naples coming on, and we're talking about behind the scenes of the whole audio journey of my book. So let me just bring up my correct page again. So for my Instagram followers over here, I'm celebrating my very first book today. It's just hit the #1 in 5 categories on Amazon, which is really, really exciting. And we've got some really special gifts to give away today as part of my 40th birthday to celebrate. And if you haven't had a chance to do that yet, please just head over to itsnotaboutthemoney.co.uk. But I wanted to share today a little bit about overspending and oversaving. So let's just take those 2 relationships with money. There'll be a whole bunch of you listening to this that will definitely resonate with the overspender. This was me in my 20s, okay? And What happens essentially, an overspender is triggered by this state, this trauma state, where we feel like in order to feel safe and protected around money, that we have this desire, this desire for the dopamine hit to seek the emotion that sits behind the overspend. And that's the important thing to think about here, is that the way that we behave around money is driven by how we feel, and how we feel is driven by what we think, the narratives that we tell ourselves, the stories we tell ourselves, but also some of the stories that have been told to us or that we have observed growing up around money. So as an overspender, often the desire there is for that, literally that dopamine hit of, I feel better when I've spent money. Like, who can resonate with that? Just getting that instant feel good feeling when we overspend, or well, not when we overspend, but when we spend. And I'm going to read a little extract from the book for you today around overspending, and then the opposite of oversaving, which is also a money disorder, because if we oversave because we want to get that feeling of more than enoughness, feeling safe and secure with money, it can actually stop us from spending money on ourselves. It can stop us from spending money on our own needs, because we're just looking for, evidence to support of looking after everybody else's needs before our own. Okay, so I'm going to read you this little extract. So, money choices that don't serve you could be due to past trauma. Trauma can cause the brain to overreact, and we spend in order to feel safe on food, alcohol, clothes, anything that makes us feel good. We end up essentially self-medicating the pain away. And overspending can come from a need to be in control. Now, this is really important, and there's a whole chapter in my book around it's not about controlling the money. And if you think about that, I was talking about this morning, actually, there is no need to control money, right? There's no need to control money. It's not about getting in control of something. It's just about having a balance between saving, investing, spending, and giving. Those are the 4 categories that I talk to my children about. So let me carry on. Oversaving can be a way to find safety by hoarding possessions or money. How many people do you know that hoard cash, that hoard money in an attempt to feel safety, to feel that safe? These become cycles of habitual behavior, and compounded by a lack of planning, can keep us stuck in our financial present state, living for today. So I'm going to read you a little story. When I first met Katrina, she was in a deep state of not enoughness. She was inconsistent with her saving and spending habits, frugal one minute and blowing her budget the next. She had high-level goals, but with no follow-up, and she perceived money as a threat. Think about what messages you heard about money growing up. Growing up, treats were rationed, and she was taught never to go into debt. Money was scarce, and she attached spontaneity with being irresponsible. She felt afraid to ask for help. Katrina shared with me that when she was made redundant, she felt undeserving of her new job and became terrified at the thought of being made redundant again. She believed that by playing small and not being visible, that she could protect herself from the possibility that trauma would repeat itself. She felt terrible about how others had no money, and she used possession spending as a way to seek security and comfort. Constantly in work mode, she fulfilled her need for time freedom by justifying an expensive purchase as a need filler. Together, we created a conscious and considered financial plan which helped her to see the consequences of this cycle of overworking and overspending. Her money mantra became, I am making conscious and considered decisions. Katrina eloquently described her emotions around money as hanging in her wardrobe, and she was beginning to redirect the spending from her wardrobe to her financial future, so that she could set a date from when she would no longer have to work. She recognized that her financial values were recognition, freedom, compassion, fairness, and integrity, and now has a spending plan in alignment and congruent with these values. Now, what's interesting about that story, obviously names have been changed and permissions gained, etc. If you think about the relationship there that Katrina had, so many consistent behaviors that we see there with other people. And it's a big part of why I share many stories in this book, because it's about not feeling alone, like not feeling like it's just you that has this relationship with money. But also I want to go on to share a little 6-step strategy that you guys can use for identifying some of the root causes of emotions around money. And I would say, out of all of the things that I've learned about my relationship with money, understanding the root emotional cause is one of the most powerful things that you can do for yourself. Because when we can understand the root cause, we can actually start to think about making changes. Whereas most people, when they want to make changes, focus on the behavior. They focus on the action. But we need to go 2 steps back and think about, well, what are the things that we're telling ourselves about money? What's some of the trauma that we actually need to clear to get into the mindset of empowerment, to get into the mindset of believing it's even possible to A, deserve money, B, hold on to money, and C, grow and give money. And this is what this book is centered around. It's centered around 3 main areas. It's deserving, stage 1, creating, stage 2, and growing, stage 3. So in this book here, it's split into 3 distinct stages. Okay, so if you feel like there's something emotional there that is keeping you stuck in these cycles of whether it's oversaving, overspending, I'm going to come on to the other 2 in a second, this is a really handy little exercise. So maybe grab a pen and a piece of paper and see if you can use this 6-step strategy to help you. So the first thing to ask yourself is emotion. So I want you to write that word emotion down. So before you go to spend or before you go to save, ask yourself, what is the emotion that you feel in that moment? Is it fear? Is it responsibility? Is it guilt? Is it shame? Is it judgment? What is that feeling that's coming up, either as you're about to save a whole bunch of money or about to spend money? And you may not be conscious to it. It's maybe something you have to be really conscious to do next time this happens. And what I've written down here to share with you is to remember that your emotional driver could be something where that's actually the emotional driver is controlling your behavior. And if we can just tip into this awareness state, it can really just get us to pause and reflect and think, well, how else can I get the same emotional response that doesn't necessarily involve that particular action? So, for example, I used to overspend on my lunch breaks. When I used to work at the bank, I literally used to go into town on my lunch break and I would go and spend my money on clothes because the emotional need there was shame and guilt, and I wanted to feel better about my body. And so I would use money as a tool to make me feel better. And so you can think about, well, what else could I have done in that moment? Could I have rang a friend? Could I have gone in a different direction? Could I have maybe put that money into something else that would create the same emotional reaction? Now, many of the things that we're going to be talking about, especially this afternoon, are around trauma specifically and how different traumas can actually keep us held in those emotions, stuck in those emotions. But I just want to bring a little bit of curiosity to that for you today. And then the second area is thought. So what were you saying to yourself in that moment? Like, this pair of jeans will make me feel better. Saving this money will make me feel secure. What is that thought that's present for you there in that moment of that behavior? And then step 3 is I want you to think about the behavior. So what did you do as a result of this thought? Did you grab your phone? Did you start browsing your favorite designer store? Did you open the fridge and grab some food? Like, the relationship often that we have with money is often reflecting other areas of our life, not just with money. So think about the behavior and then think about the alternative. So what could you do instead? Could you leave your phone in another room? Could you put all your marketing emails into a particular folder to stop you from being tempted to buy from your favorite shop, for example? If you're over saving, could you give that money a new purpose to your present self as well as to your future self? And how would that make you feel? And then the final two stages are around motivation and consequence. So ask yourself on a scale of 0 to 10, like, how motivated do you feel to change? How motivated do you feel to change your relationship with money? And then what are the consequences of inaction? Sometimes we find that the consequences of not doing something actually are better than the consequences of doing something. And often thinking about the pain of a continued habit can go on to actually create some long-lasting change. So there's a couple of like little steps there that you can think about just to kind of prompt some awareness around those cycles of behaviors. I feel like I'm losing my voice. I've been talking all day. This is how it felt doing my audiobook, actually. So I'm going to move on to overworking and under-earning. So under-earning can be triggered by trauma for sure. You know, you could be one of the most highly educated, talented, capable human beings on the planet, and yet don't pursue or keep positions for which you're worthy because you feel undeserving. And the symptoms of someone who is undeserving are often that we reject ideas that could bring much more prosperity into our lives. We often find ourselves in a cycle of proving ourselves over and over and over again. We cling on to broken or useless possessions that really don't serve us to keep them. We get into this cycle perhaps of overworking. We also maybe just feel trapped or stuck in financial situations. So under-earning is really a condition of deprivation where our emotional or our physical needs are just not being met. And so overworking in itself is a money disorder. And this kind of feeling can come up from things that we're trying to avoid. Okay, and I want you to have a think about these list of 7 things about, are we actually overworking in an attempt to fulfill one of these needs? Okay, so the first one is, are you overworking to be extra articulate to avoid being misjudged? Are you overworking to be extra polite to avoid retaliation? Are you overworking to be extra quiet to avoid unwanted attention? Are you overworking to be extra vigilant to avoid violence? Are you overworking to be extra efficient to avoid blame? Are you overworking to be extra prepared, perhaps to avoid undermining? Or are you overworking to perhaps prove yourself to avoid any dismissal or rejection? And it's really interesting, isn't it, to think about, why is it that we get into this habitual cycle of overworking? And I think a lot of this comes from parents' influence, doesn't it? Like, how many of you grew up with this belief that you have to work hard to make money? Like, give me a yes in the comments if you heard that growing up around money. Or maybe you just observed that from parents or caregivers, that you have to work hard to make money. Like, I definitely observed that in my childhood. My dad was a massive overworker. He would literally work 6, sometimes 7 days a week on his business. And he was a very successful man, a very successful entrepreneur. So my belief was, oh, well, then you must have to work hard to make money. And that core belief can keep us stuck in this habit of, I have to work hard to make money. And that belief can stop us from outsourcing in our businesses, leveraging in our businesses. It can keep us stuck in these patterns where we hoard money because we want to feel that sense of safety and security. It can keep us stuck in patterns where we no longer get the time freedom that we actually wanted to create when we first started our business. And those cycles of beliefs around money can prevent us from moving forward. So there's a little bit of information there around different types of, overworking, around undercharging, overspending and oversaving. And there's a whole bunch of resources in my book here that will take you through some quite deep and meaningful questions to ask yourself, to not just look at the practical side, but also the emotional relationship that you have with money. I literally feel like I'm losing my voice. And my brain's going a little bit foggy now. I've been live streaming now since 8:30 this morning. Now, in reality, no matter what our relationship with money is, the first step to having a better relationship with money is to really look at the relationship we have with ourselves, because it really is a mirror reflection. The way we treat money is the way we treat ourselves. And so that first step of bringing some awareness to your relationship with money will really make the biggest difference, followed by some self-forgiveness work of letting go of any of those financial regrets that we've maybe had in the past, to then really step into a place of empowerment. And I just hope that as many people can get access to this as possible. We've just hit 5 best-selling categories on Amazon. So thank you so much for all your support today. And we have got a bunch of bonuses left over. We've got 3 spaces left on my VIP day over with me over here in Jersey and the Channel Islands. So if you want to go grab a copy of your book, 10% of the proceeds from any profits that we make in December will go to the Jersey Women's Refuge Centre, which is a charity that I strongly support, particularly around domestic violence and financial abuse, which is something I'm qualified in. And so I just want to thank you, while I still have my voice, for listening to me today. And thank you for purchasing my book, which is at the it's not about the money.co.uk. And I will see all of you again back here at 4:30, where I'll be talking to a good friend of mine about how trauma impacts our relationship with money. So thanks so much, Instagram followers, for listening to me today. I'll see you all again very, very soon. And for everybody else, thank you so much for supporting me. I will see you back here at 4:30. Hold on, let me change my screen. Oh, hold on, my screen's gone really weird. Anyway, hold on, let me just click on the right banner. Here we go. I just had to reconnect LinkedIn and Facebook of having this random message saying it's not connected properly. They just love technology. Oh my goodness. So I've just been chatting to Abigail, who we had live on here this morning. And she's just messaged me to say that we've hit 6 bestseller charts on, God, I can't even get my words out. I'm so tired. On paperback and on Kindle. And yeah, we're like just literally just coming up and up the charts all the time. So thank you so much for all of your support so far today. For those of you that have been following the journey throughout today's book launch and also celebrating my 40th birthday, will know how much I've been talking and crying today. So I think I'm going to have a bit of a lie down later, but I'm going to put my glasses on again because look, they're so cool. So I've just been spending half an hour resting my voice and just packing actually for the weekend ahead, because I'm off into London this weekend to meet up with some of my community on Friday night. And then Saturday, I'm going into London to see a show and then catching up with some friends on Sunday. So lots and lots of things going on this weekend to continue the celebrations. So first of all, if this is the first time you've seen me streaming today, welcome to my little celebration party. We're celebrating the fact that I'm turning 40, although I'm kind of ignoring that bit, and celebrating the fact that I've now become an Amazon bestseller. But more importantly, just have the whole journey of the last couple of years of getting this book together and getting this out there into the world has just been such an incredible journey. And so far today, we've heard from a couple of people like Leona Burton, who was my mentor a couple of years ago. And she was talking about how we can actually use our audiences to show up and to create purpose and meaning, and also how to run a business when you're a mum as well. So great to hear from Leona this morning. Then we had Abby coming in talking about what it's like to publish a book. We've had several little episodes of me throughout the day talking about your money beliefs, talking about money blocks, talking about overcoming 4 of the most common money disorders or money traumas that can come up. And so right now, I'm absolutely delighted to invite my next guest to come and join us. This lady, I cannot tell you, is just full of so much love, and she inspires me every single day. I don't know where I would literally be today without her in my life. She's just incredible. And I know some of you may already know of Caroline Strawson from my podcast and also from being around in my communities. And I wanted to invite Caroline on today because she is the expert in trauma. And this book has been written with trauma in mind, because the relationship that we have with money really is the relationship we have with ourselves. And unless we look at money through the lens of trauma, then even all the good plans that we put in place are never going to stick. We're going to end up self-sabotaging because of the traumas that have happened in our past and are going on for us in the present day as well. COVID being a really good example of that. So I'm going to bring Caroline in now. Let me just change my little screen and let me bring Caroline in. Hey, Caroline. Oh, I can't hear you, my love. You're on mute.
There we go. That was being backstage and everything as well. Oh,
you got it.
I got it. Oh my goodness. Obviously, I've not had a chance quite to read it all yet, but I've been flicking through it. And well, firstly, happy birthday, because it's the first time other than on message we've spoken. And I'm just so happy. I feel really emotional for you, Catherine. I do. I feel like I want to cry, because I know what you've put into this, and I know how much this is going to help people around their beliefs and their mindset around money, including myself, because I know what it's like not to have that. And I couldn't be more proud of you. I really couldn't. And it's
thank you.
I'm just so happy for you.
Thank you so much. And I know you very quickly skimmed through that, but your own personal finance journey, what are we talking, 7, 8 years ago from your house being repossessed to now?
8 years, April 2013, my house was repossessed.
Yeah. And just look at you now. Like, for those people who don't know you, Caroline, could you just maybe just tell us a little bit about what do you do specifically, and how do you help people around this conversation of being trauma informed?
Yeah, so for me, trauma informed is really about root cause resolution. So, you know, so many of us in this world, we're living lives, relationships, running businesses, having careers that when people say something, events happen, we're feeling stuff inside our bodies and we repress it and we keep going, and we might start each day with affirmations and everything else. And certainly for me, I went through my own divorce sort of 10 years ago now, not even realizing it had been an abusive marriage to a covert narcissist. And I was really a shell of myself. I'd got complex PTSD, depression, anxiety, and I was self-harming. And we were in a huge amount of debt, over £70,000 worth of debt, of which 23 was in my sole name. So there I was, single mum. My kids were from a broken home, as society likes to label this. And I'd got this huge amount of debt. And, you know, I like to think of myself as an intelligent woman. And, you know, I'd got a degree. I was a podiatrist. I worked very, very part-time because as a marriage, I'd chosen to give up work to look after the children and just do a really, really part-time job of running a clinic. So I was really scared and didn't really know how that was going to work. And, you know, from a money perspective, I'd have these bills coming through the door. I'd put them in, I'd literally, Catherine, I'd put them in the bin. I didn't want to open them. I buried my head. And unless it was a bit of red I could see, and I thought, oh yeah, I better open that one. Or it was the council tax. Because here in the UK, if you don't pay your council tax, you can actually get put in prison for that. So I thought, oh, I can't do that. And if there's a bit of red, I'd kind of open it. But I was constantly robbing Peter to pay Paul. The money coming in didn't equal the money going out. And that culminated then in 2013 when I actually had my house repossessed as well. So I was getting older almost, and just felt like a failure. I felt full of shame. I didn't really tell anybody that I'd got my house repossessed. People must have known because they saw me moving. But other than really my dad and my sisters and a couple of friends, I literally didn't tell anybody because I felt really, really ashamed of it. I thought I should know better. You know, I should know how to handle money. How could I get myself in that situation? And there's a lot of criticism of myself really with all of that. And, you know, for a long time, really, after I had my house repossessed, it was, you know, I kind of felt like this was going to be my life because, again, from growing up, we didn't have too much money growing up either. And my mum and dad kind of lived in an overdraft, and, you know, it was this £10,000 overdraft. And so there was a lot of glass ceilings, and it was a lot of, you know, struggle around all of that. And that had obviously been passed down, programming from that perspective from my parents, and then my marriage, and then having no money. And, you know, it really got to the stage where I was trying to move forward and I was just really, really stuck. And that's when I completely retrained really. And now obviously help people from a trauma-informed perspective around childhood trauma, but specializing in narcissistic abuse, because it is very insidious and a lot of people don't understand it as well. But again, at the core of a lot of this, I see this a lot in my own community, is it's often around parenting and money. They're the two main elements that genuinely start to come up for me as well. So that's why I know everybody in my community should be buying this book. If they have any money stuff, like I did, this is going to really, really help them, because it's a minefield.
It really is. And it's never a linear journey, is it? Like, we often, in our, you know, in our friendship conversations, we often have conversations with each other about, you know, it doesn't matter how much money you have. Like, both of us are in a very different financial situation for different reasons from where we were, both of us 10 years ago. You know, I was, my background, for those of you who haven't heard my story, is around being in debt because of overspending and using money as a tool to make me feel better about body shame. And I went through a huge amount of body shame and using money to buy clothes, thinking I'd feel better about myself. And so self-harming, but in a different way. And I know those are kind of two extremes of traumas for each of us there, but there's also the little traumas as well, isn't there? Like COVID-19, for example, is a trauma because it's a disruption to the nervous system. It makes us feel unsafe. It may have even had an impact on our financial situation if we've maybe lost clients or had to close our businesses, you know. And I think that's, for me, I want people to know that when we talk about trauma, it's not just the big stuff, is it? It's the little stuff as well.
It absolutely is. And I know, I mean, I learned this from sort of Irene Lyon, where she talks about, you know, we all have that capacity in our nervous system like a swimming pool. And as we're growing up and going through life events, these are like beach balls that are kind of landing in your swimming pool. So you might have a great big swimming pool and a great big capacity and just a few little beach balls, which doesn't seem as traumatic to that individual. But if you've got a smaller swimming pool and lots of other beach balls going in, it's going to feel a really tight capacity and that nervous system dysregulation. And that's why many of us, you know, we go through the day sometimes and it's that one thing at the end of the day, we're like, and we get really cross and angry. Yeah. It's not necessarily that one thing then, it's the little drop that goes in that just overspills our capacity to cope as well. And you're absolutely right. You know, from a perspective of the money element too, it can be so many different parameters. I know when I initially started building my business as well, and I was getting money coming in, but I would be spending it all of the time because I'd been so used to, if I had money, it would get taken away anyway from my marriage. And not having it, it was almost like, well, if I don't have it in my account, nobody can take it then.
Yeah, that's really interesting, isn't it? Is that we make up these stories often in an attempt to make us feel safe, don't we? Which seems like it's not even logical. Like still now we're like, I've got 100 grand in my bank account right now, but I still don't feel like I've got enough money. And it's completely irrelevant, isn't it? It can
be fear-based. It's fear-based. And like you say, it's cognitively, we know this stuff. You know, it's that somatic in the body element that it you know, we don't think anxiety, we feel it, you know. So it's a lot about that body element aspect of it as well. And that's why I love the title of your book, because it's not about the money, it's the whole story behind the money and everything as well.
Caroline, can you talk a little bit about the somatic link there between the mind and the body? Because like I know for me, for example, any time where I feel some form of dysregulation, whether that's stressed or fearful or anxiety, I always store it in one place in my body. It's always the same part of my body. It's always here in my throat, which I've done a lot of therapy around, you know, this block around being heard and being able to vocalize certain things. And that somatic link, actually doing work around that part of where I hold that trauma in my body, has helped me to release that then helps me to feel better about my relationship with myself, which then helps me to feel better about my relationship with money. Could you just maybe share a little bit about, if no one had ever heard of what somatic work is, and the link between the mind and the body, how would you help someone to understand that a little better?
I think many of us think when we sort of want to solve problems, we need to almost talk and think our way out of all of that, because we kind of think of the brain as the kind of core center of everything that we do. And it is, but we actually have more information coming from our body to our brain than our brain to our body. Bizarrely, it's completely different. It's a lot more. And what happens is when we are in it normally kind of goes back to childhood and the beliefs and programming that we have had from our childhood. Our brain's job really is to keep us alive, safe, and in the least amount of pain. So in those moments when we are a child and we are in events and interpreting behaviors of, you know, parents, caregivers, siblings, school friends, teachers, in those moments, if we perceive something to be hurtful, or because we always need a reason for things as a child as well. And normally the reason is because it's me. I'm either not good enough, I'm not lovable enough, I'm not important enough, you know, I'm worthless. And that's why these events are happening. These people are behaving like this. And that kind of creates what I call like the inner child wound in some respects. And that inner child wound, it's almost like when that then happens, the brain goes, oh, this is really, really painful. I never want to feel like this again. And I work a lot around parts, so I use internal family systems. So in that moment when that wound is created, lots of our protector parts start to come up, almost going, don't worry, we're going to try and stop you from feeling this ever again. And this is where things like people pleasing, perfectionism, self-harm, anorexia, all of these protector parts, which we might think of as destructive behaviors of ourselves, they're actually there always with the most loving intention for us, albeit destructive. And as we get older, as we have these memories as such, these actually get stored in our body, literally in our fascia. And why many of us, just like you were saying, we almost brace ourselves in our body around all of that, almost like we're in that fight, flight, or freeze. Not like we would think, say, an animal in the wild, but as human beings, we are in fight, flight, or freeze. And that comes out in our body, our perception of danger. And the vagus nerve, which is part of our parasympathetic nervous system, we have a front and a back part, the ventral and the dorsal. And actually that ventral part is literally your diaphragm upwards. And this part in your throat, again, at certain times in our life, if we feel like we don't have a voice, we repress all of that. So a lot of body work is about almost going back and allowing us to say, be, do, feel, all of those things which we didn't. Again, down to perception. It could be major things, but even minor stuff, it's our perception in that moment. We repress it all. We kind of repress it all, and the parts of us will come up. And I work with so many people, just like you were saying, Catherine, that have this in their throat because they feel like in whatever moments they didn't have that voice, even if they could have had the voice, their perception was they couldn't. So, and that becomes like that blockage almost. So many of us then are walking around in this adult body, but actually the wound that was formed is a younger part of us that has just got stuck in the system, but it stays within our body. So then anything then that is going to make us potentially feel or aggravate or activate that core wound, everything starts to come up. We might start to cough, we might start to people please or retreat or isolate or dissociate or go and eat a cake or go and drink a bottle of wine, because we're trying to distract and soothe us away from what our brain then would think would be more painful for us to feel. And
it becomes almost like a dopamine hit, like an addiction then, doesn't it? Where I will go and eat that food, I'll go and spend some money on Amazon, whatever that is. It becomes that dopamine hit. So then it becomes habitual because the body wants to feel that pleasure of that dopamine chemical. And so we do it again and again and again, which is, even though it's not rational that I need to just stop eating more cake or I need to stop spending money, it's not that easy, is it, to be able to change that?
Correct, because emotion will override logic every single time. And the brain, just as you said, our safety and survival, that is our primary instinct. It's not to be wealthy or happy. That's why books like this are, you've got to be intentional to do that. You know, we all want to be happy or wealthy or comfortable and everything else, but you've got to be intentional for that. Our brain sadly isn't geared up. It's just for survival. So in that moment where you go and eat that cake, in that second as such, or spend on Amazon, the brain's like, oh, that's better because it's distracting away from something. But then 10 minutes later, the wound is still there, maybe being activated. So that might mean you might go and eat the cake first. Oh, yeah, still feel like, oh, I'm going to go and spend on Amazon now. Or I still feel like that. Oh, I'm going to go and exercise, or I'm going to go and, you know, eat again, or whatever it is in that scenario, because you're always looking externally almost to not feel what your brain thinks would be even more painful. And the pain then is literally stored in our body. We have to process it through our body. You can't really think your way out of trauma, so to speak. You've got to really go deep with all of that as well. And it's literally second to second to second, survival, survival, survival. So that's why this book is really giving people the strategy and intention of how they can understand all of this as well, and actually, you know, move forward and actually create wealth for themselves, because it is all available. And I know you're so passionate about that. You know, wealth is available in whatever format for anybody. And that's what this book is all about. It's showing people that it is available, but how to get there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is where it's just really interesting, isn't it? Is that you talked earlier about all these like shoulding, like I should have been doing this and I should have been doing that. There's so much shoulding in the world, isn't there? We should on ourselves so much.
Yeah, shut off.
I always feel like I'm swearing when I say that. But it's true, isn't it? Like consumerism shoulds on us. At the Christmas time, we should be spending loads of money. You know, we should be saving X amount of percentage of our income. We should be investing. We should be. And quite frankly, I just think there are so many times when we just need to stop shitting on ourselves, stop attaching our sense of self, who we are, to money, because it doesn't matter whether you've got £1 in your bank account or £1 million in your bank account. It's how you feel about you and your life and how you show up and your own well-being that is so important.
You're absolutely right. And just as you were saying, the shoulding and everything, we live in a society where we can be quite shaming, not only of ourselves, but then judging others too. And all of it comes down to our own wounds at the end of the day. And we're just projecting that outwardly on others. And, you know, all of this, like around Christmas and everything else, this is why you see like celebrities and that, you know, they might be multi-millionaires, but it's still not enough, so to speak. And it's not because it actually isn't, because we know it is. It's never about the money. It's not about the money. It's about their beliefs about themselves. You know, and from a trauma, whenever we work with trauma isn't really events, so to speak. It's what you're saying to yourself about those events as such. And money can be a really good outlet for us to say, well, I can't do that because I'm not earning that kind of money, so to speak. Well, everything is available to everybody, but then that's when our parts come up and try and sabotage us. You know, we procrastinate with things, and you know, you're criticizing yourself. And I think it's really important that, you know, anyone who's listening right now, wherever you are right now, even if you're saying to yourself, oh, I should be doing this and I should be doing that, actually you're doing exactly what your nervous system thinks is the safest for you to do right now. And you just need to get curious about, well, why does my system think this is less painful than something else? What's the something else?
Yeah, and that's the first step, isn't it? It's just bringing that gentle awareness to what is the perception that you are giving to money in order to then reframe perhaps that perception. But also, I mean, one of the things I trained in this year was EFT and matrix reimprinting, which is a really powerful tool to be able to, first of all, to tap away. So EFT is essentially acupuncture without the needles, and you're using different pressure points or not medallions. you can tell I've been talking too much today. Meridian points on the body. To get rid of the trauma first, so that we feel safe. But then also, what Matrix does is it takes us into prior experiences in our life without being re-traumatized by those experiences. But what we do is we go in as the adult version of ourselves to that child or teenager, or however old you are, sometimes even way further back to babies, you know, and into the womb. And you know, there's a lot of EFT practitioners and matrix practitioners that go way back into past life work, and we're able to then go in as the adult version of ourselves, well equipped and empowered and strong and resilient, and be able to communicate to that younger part of us to tell them, well, what did you need to hear? Who did you need to be with you? What did you want to say that you weren't able to say? What did you hear about money that maybe was causing you to believe that money was used as a manipulation tool, for example? I've worked with a client recently who literally gave money the meaning that money was used to break up marriages. And so therefore, why would she want to keep hold of it? Because the fear there was, it's dangerous. It's not safe to have money. And so even though she's making 30, 40, 50K a month, she's just getting rid of it as quickly as possible because it didn't feel safe to have it and to keep hold of it. Yeah. And that's why I just think all the work that you're doing, Caroline, in the trauma space, and particularly, I know you are a specialist in narcissistic abuse, is just really, really incredible. And I just think the more that we can help people to better understand trauma and to better understand especially narcissistic abuse, which is very misunderstood, I just think it will really empower people to feel like they have the ability to change their situation, just like you have.
It is, because I think, you know, it is about the power to heal is within you, but very often, again, because of those wounds, because we're coming from a place of our wounded younger parts, you know, we feel like it's other people need to fix it. And it seems really scary. And just as you were saying, you know, going back and really working. We're not changing events in people's past. It's about changing the experience of those events. And we actually call that reconsolidation of memory. So we're going back and then we're almost opening up that memory line and changing the experience, because cognitively people know this. Again, you know, if you look back on your childhood, most people can cognitively see all of that. Yeah, I can get it. It's my parents and it was this. Blah, blah, blah. That's why it's the body work that's really, really important around this, because then the body feels it's safe and the brain doesn't actually know whether this happened yesterday or 20 years ago. It just knows now. It's almost closed up that process as well. And again, I mean, I use brain spotting and IFS for that. So we find those parts that are coming up and then we brain spot, and we use a lot of somatic experiencing as well. So you're slowing everything down and feeling into all of that, so that you change the experience of the event, so that then as the adult, then where you've got all the protector parts, because the protector parts are there protecting a 2-year-old, 5-year-old, 10-year-old, those protector parts saying, oh, hold on, we don't need to still be here in this role now, because there's not actually a wound that we need to stop this person from feeling anymore. And they change the whole system then as well. And that's when you can, you know, we'd never forget, but what we want to do is remember, not keep reliving.
And that's what, you know, when people talk about money blocks, if those blocks are no longer there, then my goodness, the possibilities just open up.
Because it's all available. You know, we created those blocks, not intentionally, but it's our system creates them because it wants to keep us stuck, because our system thinks it's actually safer if we are stuck. I don't want you to go and do that. If you became really successful, people might be mean to you, and that's going to activate the wounds that you had when you were 3 years old. So I am going to keep you stuck. I'm going to make you spend everything, because actually at least I know, box ticked, you're alive and safe and in the least amount of perceived pain.
Our bodies are they're just incredible, aren't they?
We're amazing human beings. I look at people and I never ever think, I mean, there's that great book by Bruce Perry, and it's never about what's wrong with people. It's always what's happened to them. And I know you cover so much of this in that book as well.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much for just showing up and just sharing some of your little, I could listen to you all day, Caroline. Your little golden nuggets. And just carry on doing the amazing things that you're doing. And if anyone does want to connect with you, Caroline, what would be, I'll put your little handle on here, but what would be the best way for them to get a hold of you?
I mean, you know, social media is good, either Facebook or Instagram, either of those, you know, come and connect with me on there. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is about, just like you're doing with this, awareness, you know, what's available to us, what's possible, because it's all available to each and every one of us.
Yeah, amazing. Abby's just messaged me, Caroline. We've just hit 12. 12. This is my team telling me.
Amazing.
Do you know, it's so funny though, because yes, it's great to get into bestseller, and thank you so much, guys, for all of your support today with buying the book. But do you know what will mean so much more is when you guys message me and tell me what you get from reading the book. And I know some of you have already done that today because you've been getting the Kindle 99p offer and been reading it already today. But that's really, for me, where the magic happens, is when you start to read it and believe it's possible for you, and use the 3-step framework in the book to help you to step into becoming that wealthy woman that you already are, that you deserve to be. So yeah, thank you so much. And thank you, Caroline, for joining me.
Most welcome, and good luck with everything. And I'm so happy for you, Catherine. You deserve all of this, because I know how much you want to make a difference.
Thank you. That means the world. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, Caroline. Amazing, guys. Right, let me just bring up for you guys next. So up next, we have another one of my very good friends, Anna Parker Naples, who's our last guest today, who's going to be talking about the experience actually of getting the book on Audible. And let me just come back on the screen again for a second. So I know some of you have been asking about the audio version of the book. And if you are someone who loves to devour books via audio, which I also love to do, just to let you guys know, it will be on Audible, but not until next year. And if you want to get the audio version, we have actually decided to give you a little gift, that if you buy 5 copies of our book today, because that helps us get into the Amazon charts to get it out to more people, Then if you buy 5 copies of our book, maybe you could give a copy away to a friend, someone for Christmas, some of your team members, or maybe even your local schools to help some teenage girls. Then we will gift you access to our audio version as a thank you. So we've got some other little bonuses and things, and some big bonuses as well, actually. And we have 3 spaces left for our very special VIP gift, which is if you buy 100 books, which I know sounds like a lot, but if you have teams, or as I say, like a local school you could donate them to, it will cost you about £1,000, and we will give you a whole day with me over in Jersey in the Channel Islands, where we will have a deep immersive experience, eat lots of yummy food, walk along the beach, just have a really intimate day with just 6 of us all sat around my dining room table looking at your steps into wealth. So we have 3 spaces left, just to give you an update on that, guys. So breathe. This is the last session we're doing today. And I'm going to bring on in a short while, in a second, Anna Parker Naples, who I can't wait to invite up onto the little StreamYard stage here that we have going. But I just want to give you a quick summary, first of all, before we do that, of what we've covered today, in case you are just listening live and you want to have a catch up of what we've covered today. So this morning, if you want to go back and sort of rewind back to 8.5 hours ago, I was talking about my journey from being £30,000 in debt and not feeling deserving of holding on to money. We then talked to Leona Burton, who we were talking about all sorts actually around running a business with children, how we can make money online. We then started talking about some common money beliefs, and then we dived into the 4 levels of wealth creation. And then we talked about some of the 4 most common money disorders: overspending, oversaving, undercharging, and overworking. That was a really good session. And then we just heard from Caroline around how trauma can impact our relationship with money. So let's come back into here, and I'm going to bring to the stage Anna Parker Naples.
Hey, congratulations and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to put my little happy happy birthday glasses on now.
Here's one I've read earlier.
I'll tell you what, Anna. So Anna has been responsible for helping me to get my book ready for Audible for next year, and she's been editing it to absolute perfection over the last couple of days. So she's been messaging me like, I've just been listening to you for 6 hours today.
Yeah, I think this week in total I've listened to you for 22 hours.
Oh my goodness.
So I feel like I know you very well now.
Well, for those of you who don't know Anna is one of my very good friends. She's been on our podcast several times, in our community several times. But Anna is the go-to expert for podcasting and audiobook production. And I mean, literally, this girl has walked the Hollywood carpets, red carpets. She often doesn't talk about some of her history in audio, actually. And so I wanted to bring her on today just to talk a little bit about what it's like to write a book, record it, and just actually the whole journey of getting your story out there.
Yeah, so I think what's important is knowing why you want that message to be out there in the world, particularly for an expert author book such as yours, where it's not just about you building your own and elevating your own status by being a book author, but also there's an important message in there, and you want that to reach as many people as possible. And we see, obviously, you've got your hugely successful podcast, In Her Financial Shoes, and that's reaching some people. Some people would never pick up a book, no matter that the title speaks to them, but they would listen to an audio book. So when we knew that Catherine's book was going to be coming out, and I've been toying with the idea, do I go down the route of offering this service to entrepreneurs? We just talked about the fact that I'd love yours to be one of the first books that we facilitate in this way. Because I've been responsible for hundreds of books over the years, and it's been really nice to do it again kind of in the entrepreneurial space. So I'm curious for you, Catherine, having written the book, and it's all your words, what was it then like to have to narrate it? and actually bring those words to life?
Honestly, it was really hard.
Yeah.
It was really hard. I think for two reasons. One, because when you're reading it, I found myself like self-critiquing it the whole time. And like when you read it out loud, it sounds very different as well to when you're typing it, when you're writing it, or when you're like recording, as in just, just talking to somebody about a topic. So I found it really hard because I was self-critiquing it the whole time. And by that point, it was too late to change anything really, because it had been kind of fully edited. But also to talk for like, I mean, I went into the studio and did 4 separate days recording. And so I ended up doing about 5 or 6 hours a day. Oh my God, my voice was like absolutely killing me. And I know that you and your team had given me like some exercises to do, and I was drinking my hot honey and eating apples and watermelon all day. And so that really helped. But I definitely found that I think I enjoyed the process of writing it more than the process of recording it. But having now finished it, I feel really pleased that I did record it myself, because I think there's something quite powerful about it being your voice to communicate your story rather than hiring somebody else to perhaps record it for you.
And especially because there's quite a few personal things in the book. It was actually, in particular, because I know you as well, it was quite emotional hearing you describe the things that happened, and hearing the resonance, and when someone's voice drops, and when you can hear that vulnerable shake because they're not quite sure and there's some emotion behind it. Being able to hear that is so powerful. And audiobooks are set to absolutely boom in 2022. So obviously we've already got an industry leader with Audible and Amazon, which are effectively the same company, although you don't automatically go on both. We've also had Spotify pair with Audible's rival, if you like. It's called Findaway, and Spotify just got this deal in right at the end of November. And what we've seen with Spotify is they are going hard after the entire audio market. We know that they're winning the space in terms of music streaming. They have grabbed the space in terms of podcasting this year. They're not quite as big as Apple, but they will be. And now they're going after the audiobooks. So we're going to see a meteoric rise in people listening to audiobooks and podcasts. And what is expected in my industry is that actually video views are going to go slightly down as virtual reality becomes more of a thing, because you will visually be involved in that world, but you would still listen to audio. Whereas you wouldn't in that world be watching a YouTube video. So that's what we're expecting to do.
God, I wonder if you could so would you be able to create like a visual story of your book?
Well, there's an idea. A whole entire walkthrough experience of Catherine's wardrobes through money.
That could be really cool.
Maybe you can have like smell-o-vision of any restaurant you mention in the book, or or whenever you mention you're by the sea, you kind of have, I don't know, some
the sort of salt smell or something. Yeah. How funny would that be?
So how have you been today? How has it gone?
Yeah, it's been really good. It was funny because at lunchtime when we started to hit the charts, we went on to Zoom with my team, and they were like, wow, like, how do you feel? And I was like, it feels really great. It feels really great to get the book into people's hands now.
Yeah.
But I definitely feel that the energy will come from when I start to get those messages from people to say, I read this chapter and this is what's happened for me. I did this exercise and this is what happened for me.
Yeah.
And I've already started to see that from people that we sent the book to early for some testimonials. And so I kind of feel like 3/4 of the way energetically on some kind of crescendo of a cliff of, wow, this is now the impact this is going to have.
Yeah.
But just more important than anything else, and you know me well, Anna, to know that this isn't about me and it's not about my story. This is about giving you the tools and the questions, the curiosity questions, the deeper, meaningful curiosity questions to get you to dive into your relationship with money, but to hear stories of other people's transformation, so that first of all, people don't feel like they're alone.
Yeah.
Second of all, that we can actually view money through this lens of trauma, through this lens of, well, if I want to change the financial situation for myself and my family, It's about looking at those limiting beliefs, looking at the perceptions that we give to money, and then really, let me just get rid of this call on my phone, and then really just feeling like it's possible for anybody. It's possible for anybody to make more money, hold on to more money, and then grow more money. So I kind of feel...
I love what you're saying about that. It's not about you, but it is also about you. There is so much honesty, and I think as people read it, they will, even if they followed you for a while, there are things that they don't realize or they don't quite understand about why you're doing this work. And a lot of it comes down to having a sense of shame about yourself and a lack of self-worth at various stages in your life. And we've all experienced levels of that. We've all had it in different ways, and some of that we still carry but maybe aren't aware. And I think what your book does is spotlight that. It isn't just about the money, it's about how you feel about yourself. And so it's about everything. It's about how you carry yourself in work or in your business or in your personal relationships, when you understand that it's actually those past experiences that have shaped your world.
Yeah, and in fact, let me just read the first sentence of the book. And I'm also want to read, and I've just heard a little voice in the background, so he might come and read it himself. But the two things, the first thing is that the first sentence in the book that I would love everyone to hear. And if you're watching this live and you have any questions for either of us, please just feel free to share those in the comments. But the first sentence of the book is, the way we treat ourselves is a mirror reflection of how we treat ourselves. Did I say that right? The way we treat
you said that wrong.
I said that wrong.
And you're reading it. Now you're muted.
It's not going well. It's not. Let's start again. Start again. The way we treat money is a mirror reflection of how we treat ourselves, and how our ability to receive wealth is mirrored in our ability to be loved and feel loved. And I just think that really encapsulates the whole of the book. By the time you get to the end and you've gone through the deserve section, the create section, and the grow section, which is how the book is set, is I really would just love everyone to step away from money and actually disconnect our sense of self away from money. Because that I see as one of the biggest challenges for most women who will read this book, is that they attach their sense of self directly to money. And I think the more we can make that disconnection, the more we'll be able to step into that place of empowerment rather than disempowerment.
I think that it's been interesting, because you and I, we met about 4.5 years ago, and our businesses have both grown side by side. We've done courses, masterminds, all sorts of travel together, everything. And we have seen many of our peers, as they've kind of come up at the same time as us, really struggle with having money.
Yeah.
Having gone from not, and then they get the money, and that's great, but actually it's uncomfortable. We see that. And that's because they haven't done some of this work. And as you know, I mean, obviously my background's NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and I know some of the work that you mentioned in the book encapsulates that. Like, you've got to go back. What was the point? What were the messages you were hearing around you? What have you unconsciously been programmed with about money? And when you're aware of those, how can you start to make better changes to change your life? Yeah. And this is something that, through knowing you, my attitudes to money have shifted. By no means are we all the way there, but I'm now looking at what I'm doing rather than kind of feeling a bit sick and not looking, as was my previous behavior, which I think many women in particular are like that. And when you feel more in control and more knowledgeable, then things start to change, because you trust yourself and you build trust in yourself and you build confidence with your own money, and that's life changing.
Yeah, that's the step into trust is an interesting one, and I think that all of us need to practice more stepping into trust. Stepping into trust, and actually trust is my theme of the year for next year, because when I don't step into trust, then that's when I feel most vulnerable. It's when I feel most challenged. It's when I feel most anxious about things. And, you know, we're all human around this, aren't we? Right. Even people, when we do have money, you know, and as you said there, as we've built our businesses and we've built our wealth, there's still challenges that come up around our relationship with money. It's not a linear process. It's a kind of ebb and flow of all those emotions that we parcel up around
it's
money.
not a done deal. This is work that you can change your life rapidly with coming to understand your finances and your money and your behaviors, but you're always going to have to go back to it as you expand and grow.
And do you know what I hear a lot about as well is like a lot of people want to have a better relationship with money because they want to help their children. And I always say, like, the day that you decide to work on yourself and your relationship with money is the day that you decide to change every single future generation, not just your own. And my 10-year-old son, wrote a poem for me this morning to celebrate my birthday. And he's called this poem, It's Not About the Money. Now, I had no influence on him whatsoever. And in fact, George, let me see if he wants to come and read it. If not, I will read it to you. But this poem that he's written has come from his heart and has come from what he believes around money. And it's really interesting. Obviously, he's not read my book yet. But just from listening to the language that we use at home around money has gone to influence how he's decided to write this poem. I was wondering if you wanted to read it.
Go on, George.
It's just Anna.
Oh.
Do you want to sing? You want to come round?
I can see.
Just Anna.
He's pretending to sneeze now. Would you like to read your poem out?
Sure. No, Rosie.
Come down, Rosie.
Hey, George.
Would you like to read it? There you go.
Got stage fright.
Stop eating my chocolate raisins. So this is George. And yeah, read your poem, if you don't mind.
Or not.
Or not.
It's not about the money.
Take your hand off your nose so we can hear you.
It's not about the money. It's about the wealth, about the food, about the shelter.
Just slow down a bit. Start from the top and slow down a little bit. Otherwise,
It's not about the money. It's about the wealth, about the food, about the shelter. You're so amazing. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. I love your contribution to your work to keep us alive. It's not about the money. It's about each other, helping us survive and keeping us with you. Can't believe you're 40 years old, 4 decades old. Have the best day. Love you so much.
Oh, amazing. Thank you, George. Thank you,
Reg.
darling. Do you know what I loved about what George wrote is that, and he said it a little quick there. So I don't know if you caught the third sentence where he said, it's about wealth and it's not about the money, it's about each other. And I really think that if we were to just take a completely different perception on money around what is the intention, what is the purpose, what is money going to do to create in your life and for others. And I just think it's beautiful the way that he's kind of put that across in his words, that, you know, it's about the food, it's about the shelter, it's about the basic needs that we use money for, but it's also much more than that. It's about just feeling good about ourselves and about each other and our communities. So
there's an interesting thing that actually I want to just remind you of. So when we'd not known each other that long, we were looking at what could you call your membership, what could you call your programs and your courses. And I remember the word wealth and wealthy woman coming up really early on, so maybe 4.5 years ago, something like that. And you kind of go, no, I'm not ready to do that. I'm not ready to do that. I'm not ready to do that because I don't feel like one myself. So I can't. And it's been so interesting to watch your journey, literally stepping into wealth, having wealth, being wealth, feeling wealth. Oh, my Adobe Flash is now doing something weird. That always happen. Why do you think we have a resistance to wealth?
Oh, such a good question. And a really good observation as well. Like, I definitely feel I've learned so much about what wealth really is. And that's from 20 years of working in financial services. And that just goes to show you that even though I had the financial knowledge, I didn't feel wealthy, and I didn't feel wealthy. That was the key. It is very much about the feeling more than anything else, because when we feel wealthy, we feel secure, we feel safe. You know, going back to some of the things I was talking about earlier in terms of trauma, that feeling is so much more important. And I know that this book is going to help people to really feel that. And what was your question?
Wealth. Why do you think we have such a resistance to wealth? Or more particularly, why was it even just 4 or 5 years ago you were not comfortable about wealth?
Do you know what it was? It was because I hadn't fully worked my way through my own money beliefs. Because wealth for me meant greed. It meant selfishness. It meant manipulation of others. And I didn't want people to feel like that about me. I didn't want people to feel like I would manipulate others, or I would use it to control others, or that I would be mean or selfish in some way, because of my beliefs around money that have come from a multitude of consumerism, from influence of people growing up around money, from society, from movies that I watched growing up. I mean, goodness, you only have to think about some of the movies that we watched growing up in, I'm a 1980s baby. So, you know, the films that we watched, Mary Poppins, these Princess Disney films about being rescued, about the man being the one who brings wealth into the family, about when you're rich, you're either alone and greedy and haggard and mean. Or...
actually, I was just thinking about Pretty Woman. I was literally just in the Beverly Wiltshire restaurant that's in that. I was just in there the other day. And yeah, it's about not having your own wealth, or it's fallen on you by chance, not that you have created it.
And linked to love too, right? Like we have more money, we have more love, and actually that's not always the case. And I think if we can come from a place of self-love and self-worth rather than looking for all the external factors of wealth, then we get that feeling, that true feeling of wealth. And I just honestly believe that I wasn't ready to feel that because I hadn't worked through my own money blocks and money beliefs.
And it's been interesting to watch as your business journey and your confidence in yourself and what you're teaching has grown and accelerated, really. You know, you've smashed it over the last few years. It's been amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
So my question to you about your book then is, what is the part of your book that makes you kind of go, oh, I want people to know this because I want them to learn, but which bit makes you just go, oh man, when everyone's read that? Because I bet there's a bit.
Oh goodness. So the first chapter is probably the one where I feel most vulnerable, because it's a story that I have shared snippets of before, but never really in full. And it's actually a story about when I was bullied at school. And there's a little part of me that thinks, God, I wonder if the actual girls who bullied me, who have tried to Facebook friend me in recent years, I wonder whether they'll read that. And I wonder whether they'll feel differently now to know the consequences of their actions. But I also...
Oh, you've muted.
Yeah, StreamYard's been doing this all day to me. But I also feel very differently now, having written about it, that actually I feel okay about it now. I don't feel triggered by it anymore because I've done so much healing work around getting rid of all of the trauma that I was storing in my body, mainly in my throat. I was just talking to Caroline about this, that it feels safe to share that now. And I've already had quite a few messages today from people just reading that first chapter on their Kindle saying, wow, like I can really resonate with that. So definitely that one. I feel there's some really powerful activities in here, which just taking a little bit of time to write these questions down, because we come at it from an emotional toolkit perspective and then a practical toolkit. There's some really deep ones in there about the relationship, particularly around debt and shame, and how there's a big desire, I think, for people to get out of debt, like when I was in my 20s. And we don't actually really think about the relationship we have with debt. We often think about the relationship we have with savings. And I think that part of the book for me is really powerful, that I am not broken. I am not debt. I am not the shame. I am not the guilt. These I am statements are a complete connection of how your body is trying to stay safe by telling you, oh, well, you're crap at money, so you can't get out of debt. Or I was terrible at maths at school, so I can't change my financial future. And I think that change in language, that change in narrative that we can start to begin to seed and explore, I really believe will change a lot of people's perception and a lot of people's ability to create wealth for themselves.
I absolutely think it will. I think a lot of the power in the book is in doing the work, and actually not just getting the book and it being on your shelf. Is it actually carving that time to do the uncomfortable exercises?
What was your favorite chapter?
It's hard because I know your work really, really well. I think listening to it, it was seeing how you linked together what happened to you as a teenager with your emotional eating, and then how that became excessive emotional spending. Because although I've heard you talk about all of those three things, not actually understanding how in your subconscious, in your model of the world, those things blended together. Because I think sometimes with a friend we can hear parts of their story, but if we don't understand the arc of how they're framing it, it doesn't quite make sense. You know, the stories are relevant to them, but actually going on that journey as to what happened and why, I think a lot of people will relate to. And it got me thinking about, whilst the issues you've encountered haven't necessarily been mine in the way you relate to money, there are behaviours of mine or that are in my extended family that I can see is about feeling not enough. And it's kind of financial, that desire to have the house, the car, whatever it is. But actually it's because it's a deep-seated uncomfortableness. And then vice versa, there's been times in my extended family where someone's really come into wealth, but they don't feel like they're good enough for it. So they're constantly watching the neighbours or peeping over the fence or and it, you know, I guess bringing to me an awareness of what that meant for my relationships with money. I can remember we lived in a house briefly where the guy next door, everybody on the estate hated him, and he drove a really flashy car. I don't even know what it was, but while everyone else was families and all the kids would play out in the street, we used to call him Speedy Gonzales because he was single and he was very wealthy. And so interestingly, in my world, I'm never interested in flashy cars. It just does. And why is that? Because I don't want to be disliked, or you know, there's some part of me that must feel that still. So it's interesting to just put spotlight on your own behaviors in that way.
Yeah, the status relationship is an interesting one, because some people will hear that and think, well, I'm the opposite. I want the flash cars and the nice houses and the you know, the glamorous exterior of wealth, because they are wanting to get that validation that I am successful, that I am well liked, that I'm well groomed. It's that external validation.
Well, we came into quite a lot of money when I was, I don't know, 12, something like that, maybe a bit younger. And when I was a teenager, I can remember my dad picking me up in his, you know, top of the range Jag, and being at a state school mercilessly teased, not, you know, picked on for, well, not bullying, but that I felt so much shame about having a flash car and that we lived in a nice street and things like that. And it's interesting now that although I like to have cash, I'm never really interested in the products. It doesn't, because there's a connection there emotionally. And we all have something around this. We all have something around this.
We do. And ultimately, you know, at the end of everything, whether our relationship is driven by status or not, we all just want that ability to just be loved. You know, I really think everything comes right back to just wanting to feel safe, to feel loved, to feel connected with other human beings. And, you know, when you see people sharing their wealth and sharing their successes, it's really interesting to then see the flip side of that, where people get so triggered by other people's success and other people's wealth that they feel sometimes a desire to berate that person or attack that person or try and pull them down or try and distract them from their own successes, because there's that fear there that somebody, well, if that
also,
person's getting all the love, it means I'm not getting it.
Also, seeing people being attacked, and particularly female entrepreneurs in the online space being attacked for having wealth, and particularly, you know, we've seen this if someone lands in the Daily Mail, for example, and they're celebrated as a successful businesswoman and their figures are quoted, their turnovers quoted, and there's the comments then that come with that. Well, they shouldn't be having this, they shouldn't be having that, and it's not on, and they should pay more tax. Well, where's the incentive then to make yourself wealthy if you're going to be attacked by the masses? It's really interesting, that juxtaposition of, we often want more, but when we see someone having more, we want to kind of crush them, right? There's a lot of that goes on. And you know, you and I have witnessed people being really attacked online for wealth, and that's not the kind of world I want to live in. Good luck to anyone, you know.
And it's often because of, you know, it's creating that trigger somewhere in our belief system that, well, why is it that this person has it and I don't? And it often triggers this limited scarcity mindset that, well, if she has it, that means either I can't have it because money is limited in some way, which we know isn't true, right? Because we can just print more money, we can just print more of it. But when we come from this lack of, that's what I think triggers people to go into attack, because they're going into attack because it's the only way they can go into self-preservation. It's the only way they can feel safe. They go into that freeze kind of trauma modes. And that's really interesting to see and observe, is that if you ever feel attacked or shamed or judged by others, then remember that it's not your stuff, it's their stuff. It's the person who is reacting to your situation that is being triggered by your successes, because ultimately they are doing that in a way to make them feel better about themselves and for them to feel safe, which is why we just need to have these conversations about normalizing wealth, normalize the fact that it is very normal for female entrepreneurs in the online space to be making millions of pounds. And it's normal now for women to be doing that. And I think we do need to celebrate more of these successes, not coming from a place of scarcity that, well, if this person's got it, I can't, but more from a place of all inclusivity, that wealth is available to everybody. You just got to believe it, and then you've got to follow that through with the tangible actions.
And I want to follow that up with that if you haven't done that, it's okay too. And if that isn't your goal, that's okay too. It doesn't make you less. It doesn't make you less deserving, less worthy. Doesn't mean your work isn't as good. Doesn't mean that because someone has made that money that they aren't in integrity. Depending on how they've made it, of course.
Because it's not about the money.
It's not about the money.
When we talk about wealth, I'm not just talking here about what is in your bank balance. Being wealthy could just be getting yourself into a position where financially you have money available to you that only you can access, that makes you independent, not codependent on anybody else. So that if you had to get out of a relationship, if you had to have some money available to you to be able to treat yourself and go on a little, love, eat, pray retreat for yourself, go out to LA and have a few days with some, business best friends, have the ability and the freedom to have that choice. And I think that's the thing, is with wealth comes choice. With wealth comes freedom from the shackles of emotions that hold us back from not feeling deserving in our own self-belief and our own self-worth. It's not about how much money you have in the bank account. It's how you feel about yourself that creates that wealth.
I think this is something that we've seen amongst some of our wider circle, is that despite having that money now, actually they kind of crash because it isn't enough, you know.
Yeah.
That and the reason, the drive to have the money is to feed some lack of self-worth, and what we're seeing is people burning through the cash, or you know,
burning
they're
out.
focused entirely on their turnover but not their profitability, or they're burning out, like the cost is their health. And that's really interesting to me, because what you're really encouraging people to do is, yes, get your foundation sorted, but then think about your future. Think about what kind of life you want long term, because it's all very well making $1 million this year, but who knows what's going to happen with the kind of coaching and online space. The bubble could burst, right? And it could go. Who knows? We never know, especially with COVID. We literally don't know what's happening week to week. But what happens if you've had this amazing success and then for some reason something happens and you haven't put any away? What happens then? Has that been success? And I think you raise those thoughts really well, that you've got to think about your fridge, your larder, and your freezer. I did say that. Can you tell? I've listened to it lots of times. So yeah, and it's getting you to think about that. But I think your book is very knowledgeable, and it's gentle on people. There's a lot of love and compassion in the way that you've written the book, you know, which I think is quite refreshing for a money book, frankly.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that means a lot. And I'm literally exhausted now from talking about money all day.
I bet you are. Well, go and enjoy your birthday. Oh, well, thank you so much. What a way to celebrate your 40th.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to say it's a massive thank you, Anna, for joining me. A massive thank you for helping me to get my book ready for Audible for next year. And it is available as an audio version if you buy 5 copies from us using the link that you can see down below. We will gift to you a copy of that audio months in advance of when it gets onto Audible next year. And also, just to let you guys know that we are donating 10% of our profits this month to the Jersey Refuge charity in the Channel Islands. And actually, I've just opened up the paper today. This is today's Jersey Evening Post. And there's a little section that they've just written in here. Refuge to benefit from new book. So
nice.
That means a lot to me, because, you know, from a personal perspective, this is the reason why I'm going out to Necker Island in September with Richard Branson, is to look at how we can reduce financial trauma in the world. And there are women in relationships, and one of the main reasons they're in that relationship or trapped in that relationship is because of financial abuse. And I just think it's something that if we can help to raise awareness around some of the red flags for financial abuse and elder abuse in particular as well, with elderly people, then, you know, the more empowered the world will be, and the more we can help to move some of the disenfranchised people to a position of safety, in all honesty. So I am going to be signing off now for today.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you so much, Anna, for coming.
Really proud of you.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone for supporting us. These bonuses will be available just for a couple of extra days now over the weekend as well, to give you a chance to catch up. So we are giving away some gifts if you buy 5, 25 or 100 copies. And we've given you some ideas on there as to what you can do with those extra copies. Gift them to schools, friends, Christmas gifts, all sorts of things. And I will be seeing 6 of you for a VIP day over in Jersey next year. So yeah, thank you so much for supporting me. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your Thursday evening, and I will see you all again soon. Thanks, Anna.